the noise, and the dust, and the water supply, and after a while, the EPA just started sending his calls to voicemail.
Welcome to my channel.
All the evidence that we have, everything that we know about the situation so far, it seems to me most probable that either Marv was trying to cost independent propane money, or that he was trying to cause a headache for the Environmental Protection Agency. Marv's final strike occurred back on Agate Avenue, where he tore through the side of Gamble's Appliances. Gamble's Appliances was, at the time, owned by Casey Farrell, who served on the board from 97 to 99, and thus was there during the whole zoning thing. He was also in favor of the rezoning, and Farrell believes that this is why he was targeted. What Farrell also believes is that Heemeyer was not aware of a certain structural aspect of Gamble's Appliances: its basement. As the dozer plowed through the building, one tread slipped into the basement, rendering the tank immobile. Now, it wasn't going to be going much further anyway, as just moments earlier, the coolant system had failed, and it was rapidly leaking black fluid. His mission complete, Marv went out on his own terms, making him the only fatality associated with the killdozer. When the dust cleared, Granby was in shock, with residents unable to understand what they'd done to deserve this. But ultimately, people came to realize that Marv had not been making random attacks. Once people started to realize whose buildings had been hit, and especially after a list of names was found at Heemeyer's property, it all kind of came together. In Marv's tapes, he outlines what he argues was a conspiracy against him at the lowest levels of government, organized by the Thompsons and executed by their associates. He believed that the Thompsons, being a prominent family in town, had planned to help their friend Cody get his property back and set up a new concrete plant. And when Marv swooped in and bought the property for more than Dochef was willing to pay, that caused problems. And Heemeyer also believed that because he had been unwilling to sell the property to Dochef for less than what Kleiner had promised him, they hatched a plan to keep him from ever being successful in Granby. They withdrew offers to sell him land even at the prices they named so that he wouldn't have access to the sewer main. They refused a maintenance easement so that he would always be in violation of town ordinances, and they could use that against him at any time. They wouldn't buy his property for anywhere near what it was worth, even when he gave them the appraisal, just so he'd be stuck there. They rezoned his land against his will, and then fined him when he sued the board. They ordered him to shut down his business until he hooked up to the sewer system, and then they refused him an easement yet again. And when he finally went to sell the place to somebody other than Dochef, they tried to force him to pay for the sewer line himself before finalizing it. Whether it was real or imagined, Marv Heemeyer genuinely believed that he was being targeted by a group of other business owners, and that they were using the government to do it. A lot of the narratives that paint Heemeyer in a bad light today do so by making it seem like this was all about money and pride for him. But that's not what Marv's motivation truly was. Even if it's assumed that the town was not in any way actually working against him, it wasn't about money, it wasn't about property, it was about showing members of a government that he perceived as corrupt that they were not invulnerable to the consequences of their actions. Now, of course, Marv likely allowed his distaste for government in general to color his perceptions of those around him. But even with that consideration, there's still a degree of fairness to Marv's arguments, and there's reasons to be skeptical of the narrative crafted by Broer. Maybe there was no conspiracy, and maybe Marv really was just a victim of a series of horrible misunderstandings. But that does not change the fact that something about this whole ordeal feels off. There are aspects of the story that don't fit together, omissions of relevant details, and a complete lack of contemporary objective journalism. I absolutely would not say that there's any proof that there was a conspiracy against Marv Heemeyer, but what I will also say is that under these circumstances, a conspiracy actually wouldn't be that odd. And I say that
How dare the enemy sully our well-swept streets?
Destroyer coordinates received. Initiating FTL jump to the Pandion system. Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
It's a good day when we lose so few Helldivers.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Every sector in the galaxy must be purged of the alien menace.
Initiating FTL jump to the Vernon Wells system. FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. initiated.
It's a deal.
Our enemy would turn this city into a conurbation of tyranny. Do not let them.
There we go.
100 meters.
Requesting tech pack. Calling down support weapon. Calling down supplies. We've got equipment. Ooh. Calling down a vehicle.
Never mind. Northeast.
Supplies.
Dropship.
Heavy. On my position. Bot outpost spotted. Bot fabricator, northwest, 50 meters. Found something.
Follow me.
Affirmative. Dropping item. Got a sample.
Follow me.
Affirmative.
I see a cannon. Yeah, cannon. I think.
Orbital inbound.
Watch it, watch it.
Supplies. Supplies.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Bot fabricator, west,
Requesting sentry.
close.
dead.
Tech pack inbound. Tagging map. West. 200 meters. Requesting orbital. Objective located. Northeast. Box fabricator. North. 50 meters. Box fabricator. North. 50 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Watch out, watch out.
Depend on you for their safety.
Stop.
Objective critical stratagem available. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Affirmative.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Mission is progressing.
Tech pack inbound. Liberty save me.
Walk it off.
Throwing supply beacon. Orbital inbound.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Supplies. Requesting tac pack. Dropping items. Jet equipment. Requesting air support.
If anybody wants demo bag.
Objective located. North. Calling down a support weapon.
Follow me.
Objective located. Northeast.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Mission is progressing.
Found something. Objective located. Northwest.
Oh my god.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters.
Anybody has 500 kg to drop it off on Sara?
Sending in an eagle.
No, no, no.
Requesting air support.
Go, 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 go. Blue, blue.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Run away, run away, run away. Trust me.
Bot asset destroyed.
Calling in reinforcements. I'm sorry. South, 200 meters.
Reinforce.
East, close. Reinforcing. Orbital inbound. Dropship.
Oh, I see a tank. Watch it.
Outpost destroyed.
Dropping a pin, northeast, 300 meters.
Heavy on my position.
What the fuck is with those drops?
Requesting orbital.
Heavy, northwest, close.
Heavy on my position.
Get some! Get some!
Requesting orbital.
Dropping a pin, northeast, far.
A tank?
Heavy, northeast, close.
Calling down objective equipment.
Reinforcing!
Tagging map, northeast, 300 meters. Requesting air support. Orbital inbound.
Calling!
Dropship.
Tagging map, northwest, 50 meters.
Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry. Jackpack inbound. Follow me.
Supplies, northwest.
Requesting sentry.
Behind you, Blue. Behind you.
Engaging terminal. Negative.
Watch out. Back.
I got the terminal. For prosperity.
Calling in a hell bomb.
I need stim.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe extraction.
Affirmative. Follow me.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Calling down a vehicle.
Their
Supplies.
lives were in our hands.
Follow me. Supplies. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters.
Calling in reinforcements.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Heavy. North. 50 meters.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Watch out for chickens.
Frost fabricate. Follow me. Southeast. 100 meters. Requesting order. Requesting air
Sending
support.
in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling in reinforcements.
Objective critical stratagem available. Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Objective located. Northeast.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital. Requesting sentry.
Reloading.
Objective critical stratagem no
Tagging
longer
map.
available.
Southeast. 200 meters.
Follow me.
Follow me.
Supplies. Requesting air support.
Got a sample. Sample collected.
Orbital inbound.
Is that a walker?
Supplies.
None.
backpack.
Oh my god.
Requesting orbital.
Affirmative.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Affirmative. Calling down a support weapon. Affirmative.
Exp Collector. Welcome to my channel.
Ali je
Who
slabo.
sorry a Discord.
Pa, kad si sada si rekao, vidio sam i sam.
Requesting sentry.
Dobro jutro, dragi komentari.
Kad ste tako rekli, vidio sam. Sve sam vas vidio.
Tiče se...
Pa, bilo je ili Helldiveri ili KF3.
Orbital inbound.
Pa, pretpostavljam da je tako.
Ovo je dobro, evo, završavaš misli, svaki klope.
Da sam mi odradio.
Ništa, lepo ću se pozdraviti s komentarima, da kažem hvala vam
Tagging location.
što ste me
Sample.
trpeli, iako nisam iako sam mlad čovjek, tako da znam.
Marking location west.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Reinforcing.
Pelican 1 landing sequence
Pokemon loptu
initiated.
se sad.
Watch where you're standing.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Jel ima neki quest i čini mi se da ima za novi Warband.
Point me to the enemy.
Za novi Warband.
Tamo.
Tako je.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Mogu li ste i dođe?
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Nice. Euro!
You will forever be remembered as heroes of this patrol.
Razmišljam sam poginuo jednom. Nisam vidio čini se. Kad ima par puta su me isteleportovali kroz mapu. Bacali su mi Enforcer armor te čini otpornim na eksplozija, a šta rade jebeni botovi, samo te nokuju okolo. Je bila još jedna fabrika, nas.
Komesare, jel radite danas?
Radi se za led, što se kaže.
Jesi noćne ili dnevne?
Ne bi da otkrivam informacije,
Ali ja ću to svakako da saznam.
saznaćeš ti to vremenom. Ima tu
Ja
bezposlenih
sam
ljudi
dvojka danas,
koji su kupali rovo.
pa ću da nosim Steam Deck, zdravlje Bože, da malo pikamo na Steam. Razumeš? To sam za to ti pitam. Malo da levelujem, pa odmah u drugi. Na srećnike.
Strašno. Strašno.
Šta da ti kažem?
Ništa.
Život je težak. Dragi prijatelji Helldiveri,
That's
zadovoljstvo
nula.
mi je bilo igrati s vama.
Pa... Nemam najviše kilova, ali nisam išao na to da imam najviše kilova. Išao sam da uradim stvari.
Ovako.
Good work collecting so many samples.
Koji je Major?
Good luck, gentlemen. A zbube.
Pa to je cool.
Yes.
Mada ima mesta, brate, na deku, stavio bi ja da se pod obavezno da bej.
Treba smanje malo veličine igre.
Malo grudno.
To je zbog tekstura, rekao sam, treba da uklone 4K teksture. Prvo, ti to ne možeš da uradiš fizički na Steam Decku, drugo ja ne želim da pokrećem 4K teksture.
Naravno.
Na to ti je 3800 puta koliko, 1960. Koji kurac.
Šta si levelovo, brate, odjedno? Neko oružje koje ne koristiš, naravno.
Šta
Šta
ne
si
koristim?
majke ti levelovo?
Sve.
Na 5. level.
Pa odjednom dobiješ 5 levela.
Ma to znam kad igraš, ma da, znam ja
Pa
to
pogledaj,
sve, radio sam.
vidiš?
Da.
Ba sve bar 20 level, jer ti poslije treba mnogo više XP-a. Ovo što ti je level 0 ti je oružje koje nema XP bar uopšte, to ti kao što znaš i sam.
Da,
Ovo,
znam. Znam.
Ne interesuje. Šta još ima? Ima ona snajperska puška.
Eto ti je to da isto nemaš šest.
Plaz 39. Ja odigrao čitav meč, poslije gledam ko brav. Šta je ovo, ništa se ne dešava, no kaki, pa nema XP.
Gospodin Ilija, ja bih vas zamolio.
Uradili su većinu stvari, samo kao što rekao, nije ni meni baš omiljeno.
Nemojte srati više, molim vas, gospodine.
Treba znati.
Tako je.
Jeste. Hvala. Kako smo kulturni jutros, šta je to?
Moram da evo ga kod, samo da ga uslikam.
Za šta kod?
Za Dead by Daylight, 250.000 ovih blood poena. Sviranje kurcu.
Tebi pa fali toga.
Ma de mi fali im pun kurac. Di vidiš da igram samo Killing Floor ko budala.
Spakla ljubavi, spasla me droga i alkohol.
To ti pričam.
Pa ima smisla ako malo bolje razmisliš.
Ispakla ljubavi.
Sinoć sam gledao...
Šta su ovi nesrećnici Ilija fiksali do kraja sve? Matchmaking pička im glupa materina. Navodno. S onim update-om. Pa ja sam
to ti je sljedeći update, nisi dobro čitao. To ti je upcoming update. Ako pukne meč dobit ćeš svejedno, ne znam na koliko rundi ili na koliko minuta meča, snima progres ili se sinkuje sa njihovim serverom, pa i ako te šutne, bi trebao nešto da imaš od toga.
Moram poslije da ga updateujem na deku. Koliki je za Steam update?
Ma ne bi, bio je 200 MB. Smešno.
Evo dobro.
To su hotfixe. Veze sa serverom.
Ali kad vidim u storu hiljadarku, sve su fiškom.
Je, od toga si platio 500.
Nema veze, nije mi žao.
Na primjer i da si igrao Battle Pass i da nisi uložio ni dolara, niko im diskonektovan s postima, free Battle Pass.
Da, bukvalno. Macarevi. Pazi, sad u startu ga otključam, u startu.
Dobro, vidjet ćemo da će biti drugu, treću sezonu, pusti se. I Blizzard ima za Diablo isto takvu foru da bi posle smanjili maksimalno količinu tih novca koje možda dobiješ za to što im i to malo što su ti vraćali nazad. Bilo im je izgleda mnogo jer su kontali da većina ljudi će da igra njihovu igru, ali niko neće da uloži dolara. Poenta je samo da te zapravo privuku da igraš, a ti ćeš već ako imaš novca kupiti nešto u storu, o tome se radi, klupi se kukurac.
Imamo daily, brate moj.
Da.
Imam Radar Station.
Odlično.
Dobro.
Dobar si.
Čekaj samo ja da stavim primarni da odčekiram. To volim noću da se mlatim. Čekaj, vidimo šta kažu primarni pičkom matičnom. Recimo sa Ninjom i onako bi trebalo nešto da se uradi. Daily Radar Station. Dobro, komando. Force damage, ok. To je fenomenalno. Znao sam Ilija da ćete se prevariti. Ilija je, kaže, promovisan u novog party lidera. Svašta.
Yes.
Pa komesar čovjek.
3-4 runde mogu da završim sa onom katanom što sam ti poslao. bar na hard.
E da, gledaj sad kad sam oko toga, zanima me da ti kažem moju.
Aha.
Nisam je radio, samo je custom stavljena. Gledaj, stunning coding mi je prva opcija, ona gore. To je za šta već.
Radi stumble ili knockdown, znam.
Radi plus stun ima...
Probao sam. Na grip.
25.
A znam, pogledao sam
stavio,
čovječe, pogledao
onda
sam.
padded grip, pa sam stavio lightweight blade, pa sam stavio ornate guard i stavio sam charge pummel.
Ne treba ti lightweight guard.
Nego?
Heavy guard.
Iskraftujem novo.
Heavy guard. To što heavy guard daje stumble.
Pa nema heavy guard, šta me jebavaš. Imaš lightweight blade, serrated edge, tempered blade.
Aha, ti pišeš tempered, da, to je blade.
Ja sam stavio, brate,
blade ti daje
lightweight blade sam stavio.
Stun affliction, ali serrated edge, na primjer, je nazubljeno sečivo ko radi više bleeda. Ili kad ga klepiš, on sve krvari, kad te gleda.
Serrated edge, da, ima bleed, jest.
Jest.
Ti si to stavio, serrated edge?
Ne, ja sam stavio toxic coating na glavno sečivo, a tu sam stavio tempered. Tempered je da ima jači blok, na primjer, kad gledaš statistike mača, meni je block power na 80%, 90%. Mogu da izblokiram flash pounder ili scrake. Naravno, ako serveri ne laguju, ali teoretski mogu.
Interesantno.
Tako je.
Eto, ja sam uzeo ovo.
Znam, probao sam i to.
Za sad, nemam materijale, jebi ga.
Znam i to. Ti Milan sve što edite, a sve se nema. Ajmo.
Ne, nemam ozbiljno.
Znam.
A i da imam, odakle?
Tako je. Deal damage using medic throwable, ovo će biti smehotek.
Na šta meni imam? Survive radar station. Deal force damage. Ja sam uzeo ninja. Sad, za taj force damage. 25.000. Gluposti, gore festove, sjebi 10 komada. 100.000 deal damage s komando klasom. 5 blota, onih debeljka. 25.000 damage while aiming down the sights. Dobro. I to je to. To je moj deal. Mapa je specifična jedna radar station, eto to kad god. Mislim, to možemo i odmah. Radar station je okej generalno za sve klase. Pa mogu da stavim i komando u pičku, znači. Da. Sa komando glasom, da. Može i to. Miki.
Pričao sam siguran da većina ljudi ne igra medika kako bi trebalo. Još mi se nije desilo da me medik ne heala dok sam dole. Od 10 meča koji smo igrali, možda i 1 ili 2 medika su tu radili. Sam ja bio dole da me on pukao sa medigana, da me digao sa poda. Šta si rekao, radar station imaš?
Da.
To super, da. Ma divno si. Će nešto da promeniš ili?
Ma gledam malo nešto da... Pa evo ako ćemo.
Pa čekam ovdje. Rekao si da nemaš materijal.
Ma nemam. Nemam ništa, go sam ko pištolj.
Onda misliš da ću da levelam ovoga medika do 20. levela, to su se malo zajebao. Kad uzem da igram s medikom, levelam ga do 30.
A jebi ga, hoću radim daily.
I ja hoću, hvala mi.
Hvala vi.
Ne. Kako ne, sve nosi medic bag, pa ludujem.
Pounding.
Ma pounding my ass.
Gledaj, ti si level 1, brate, s medikom. Do jaja.
Nisam zainteresovan.
Nisam školovala.
Nisam zainteresovan.
Ide gas ili ja?
Napre gas.
Ajde čovječe, cijepaj ovo sranje, nemoj da me nerviraš.
Ovo je normalno slako, puci. Neću da try hardam, znači daily challenge.
Znao sam da će ti to da kažem.
Tačno.
Ja idem da aktiviram dole 2 turenta, ako nije problem. Hvala vi.
Just a little field surgery.
Carry in the game, mate. Ja više sam ostao bez ovih.
Bio still.
Ja sam ostao blesav. A kako bio stil ili ja, čovječe? Skupljam sve živo na putu.
Šta će ti?
Ne.
Šta će ti
Ne, bože, ne.
Ima svega
Ne,
previše. Ima po 20, po meču možda uzmeš ovih i čelika i ovih mikročipova. Po 20 komada. Kod je to
Vidi ovog srećnika, majku mu jebe.
Jebite mene, nemojte nju.
Ma jebite njih. Ide gas. A možeš ili ja?
Bacio sam im ovaj medi granatu i potrujem.
Da gi truješ?
Da.
Oni svi kod tebe, ostavi barem nekog. Ne znam.
Ne stavljam ništa. Deli mi je da ih potrujem sa ovom medi granatu.
A je to odlično. Good to know.
Niš se ne tresi.
Dobro, postavio sam, ti si fin čovjek.
Izuzetni džentleman.
To znam.
To je ono đubre što mi namešta sve.
Jao sunce, moje sunce. Moram da pritvorim nove roletne, ništa živo ne vidim. Opet multitool. Znao sam ili da ćete to da kažete. Budi pored mene, budi pored mene. Znao sam ili da ćete to da kažete.
Treba nam jedna mala usluga.
Da?
Treba bi da spopneš na stenu i da rekneš dole.
Šta da radim?
Da skočiš dole.
Zašto bih ja to odradio?
Pa ono, udovoljim. On se zaleti i skoči dole.
Akio Esika. Welcome to my channel. Chief viewers on streambu.com remove the space icon.
Ja ću. Gledam pare koliko ću dobiti pare. Dobio sam 64. $64, vjerojatno, $180. $80 sam dobio.
Pa to je sjajno.
Ako mi vjeruješ. Boga mi vjerujem jes.
Ajmo da otključavamo turente ovamo dole, šta misliš ti o tamo? Ovi su na cooldown.
Koji oni ne strališ?
Da, na
Ajde
primjer.
onda, trčkaj.
Ajde, idemo.
A good start. 25% eliminated.
Čo ti ne vrišti, bre?
Onaj vamo radi.
A ovoga ću da cepim na pola, konec.
Mamu ti jebeni sirensku.
Vidi ga pobježem.
Idem ili ja idem?
Sve u redu. Treba da se subije.
Up in smoke.
Not such a tough cookie now, are ya?
Bloats, acidic damage, odlično.
Ubijem, jel imamo ovdje već negdje žičaru? Nemamo.
Aktivira naći. Pusti se.
Imam još jedan ovaj.
Imaš
To može
gore
ovdje gore da se
kutije.
stavi ili... Da.
Who wants some?
Ti si otvorio tu dole, jesi?
Malo.
Tako. Evo ga turret ovdje. Pa da.
I ovo sam otvorio ovdje.
Ammo for all.
Kamačka ti...
Ajmo idemo vamo da otvorimo i vamo sve što ima.
Idi di hoćeš. Ajde, Lucy.
Ma idemo da otvorimo sve, čoveče. Čisto da imamo ovaj treći wave. Zašto da ne? A zašto da ne, ili ne razumijem?
Ne znam. Naprimjer, zato što nikad se ne penjemo gore i ne stojimo na ovom krovu.
Ajde, ne pričaj.
I što je krov ovdje gore? Si kad
Tu
bio
je
ovdje?
aktiviran. Nisam, majke.
Nije aktivirao ništa, evo ja sad se aktivirao.
Jeste, turret.
Evo jedan, ima dva tureta i drugi aktiviran. Šta se? I
Evo
šta će
ovdje
sad?
žica imamo je. Nema veze, kad se jurimo, ne daj Bože s glavonjama. Evo ga jedan.
No.
Evo ga drugi. Jeste li je? Što da nemam
Pod is
opciju da
officially
bežanim?
closed.
I gore
Can't
ima isto.
deny their spirit.
Evo i turnik sam gore uključio. Šuri. Šuri! Povi u koske.
Ajde za mnom.
Idem, gospodin.
Ne, nisam tamo. Nisam tamo.
Znao sam da će ti to da kažeš.
3 put si se okrenuo k svoj os. Bio sam, znači,
Ja sam
frapiran.
čovjek stari i umoran.
Znam, i imaš joystick loš, evo, znam što ti kažem.
Nije joystick loš, loši su moji refleksi, čovjek.
Loš si čovjek, ali to je
I
druga
loš sam
stvar.
čovjek, to je plus.
To je druga stvar, loš čovjek.
No privacy here.
Znao sam ili da će ti to da kažem. Pazi, imaš ovdje... Ilija i njegov jebeni famozni pičke mamine.
Izlazite napolje.
Znao sam da ćete to da kažete.
Wow, you are really cutting through them.
Mogu bi spopneš gore. Znaš gdje je žica? Ne,
Da.
a? Pa izlazi napolje, čekam ga 100 godina, neće li doći. Ne mrda odavde. Hvala vi.
Hvala vama.
Čekam te da se makneš iz toga.
Lele, šta ga ih je?
Nigde velik. Sve prvo.
Ma da, evo su ovamo kod mene. Katastrofa. Moram malo da se mrdnem. Da pustim svoje živce. Napaćene. Aktiviram turente. Let's get this party started. Dođi vamo, Lutko.
Hvala vi, ne viš da bi si para od mene. Hvala vi.
Sad si najet, ili ja? Prostoviću.
What's up?
What's up?
Na aplikaciji.
Sad će da bude Ilija
Need some ammo.
da radi Venom, Bone Breaker. Sad ću da im se krvi napiti. Napisti, da.
Bacio sam kutiju smeci.
Hvala.
Nema nešto.
Tu, dobro da znam. Mogu si vamo da je pristupačniji, ali nema veze.
Ja sam odmah
Si
otvorio.
čovjek uvijek bio...
Ja sam odmah jedno otvorio, gospodin, tako je. Veliki
Idemo
profesional.
dole da aktiviramo turente. Za mnom, Prosoviću.
Koje turete? Već su aktivirani.
Dole.
Pa već su aktivirani.
Ništa, onda ćeš da dođeš dole.
Pa sve
Idemo
sam.
redom.
Ta redom, jedni gore su
cooldown.
bili. Taj na cooldown. Tu u
A
lebanu.
dobro, to ti kažem. Sad će da ima. Ide ga. Malo tu i onda idemo uz žicu. I onda idemo ka dole vamo. Imamo turente, zašto smo ih aktivirali. Razumeš? Da iskoristimo maksimalno.
I had to open up the patient.
Znao sam da će se prevariti, čovječe. Vele, force damage im radim. Sa šatkom radim force damage, to je jaje. Neću morati ni da menjam.
Ha, nisam ni znao.
Ma ovo je bre šatka luda, Ilija. Ovo je perverzija.
Ja.
Lele, brat moj. Napaćeni. Oh my god. Bežite od mene, nesrećnici. Nesrećni kučkini sinovi.
Well done.
Srbi ću im se napiti, ili je za ovo sad. Maltretiranje.
Skrek.
Jebate. Aha.
Ne znam da li ga čuješ uopšte.
Ne?
Really setting that bar high with that
Aha.
training.
Do not perform intrinsic cardiopulmonary support.
Neću da se patim i da tugujem.
Shut the fuck up.
Pazi. Hat.
Fireworks.
Koga da pazim?
Ma da. Zapali me govno.
Ništa te ne fali.
Pad is open. I trčimo kroz pad.
Storms are about to fly.
Proper shivers. Zdravlje Ilije Krosović.
Fajn! Mi menjamo noć za dan, mi menjamo dan za noć.
Kaže da se revivujem radar station, nemojte srati gospodine.
Se ne pisalo Hell Honor, to bi bilo malo nategnuto za DM.
Da li da smo iskoristili ona 2 turenta dole ili ako streljane?
Nemam
Tu
ja.
imamo 3 u stvari.
Loša je pozicija da...
Znam, ali
Ne, baš je loša
da
pozicija.
probamo pa ćemo da bežimo ovdje
To
gore.
ćeš bežati jedino kad te boss bude jer je tamo. Jer tamo imaš jedan armor pak kod streljane, drugi imaš kod one kućice dole beži čar. Imaš jedan armor tamo, drugi armor na drugom mjestu. Nije dobro za obične zedove, za bossa, šta god. Skida mu health, sve da ga ti ne gaziš.
Empty familija. Thanks. Sve se vrti oko... Ja ću izgledat iz ove partije završim sve, jebate. Sve bilo. Tako je dobro.
Degenerici, gledam 3 projektila lete. Gledajte.
Ovamo se ima hardcore.
Treba mi execute za ovoga. Ono gađati njega, to ću ja da gubijem. Ne može ubije se. Au bože, spas. Prebrzo mi je ispalio onaj prompt. Hvala mi. Skrekoč.
Gdje je?
Ne vidim kako ide polako.
Sad ga vidim.
Sad spos. Sad su gospoda snajperi naravno, znaš.
Evo ga, Husk 1 down. Sad će da downem drugog. Lako noć.
I treći mrt.
Sad imamo 2 vamo. Ovo su bujkice. Ova će se ispržiti sirota. Ovo je na cooldown. Odlično. Hvala vi.
Stani sekundu, ne mrde. Ne mrde. Uzmi ovo. Ovaj boss sve. Neka stoji to tu.
Nema više toga unutra. Ja ću ili naravno oduzem što si mi dao
Jest, to.
Ifrit Venom, da. Jer to je prava priča.
Siguran sam.
Daj mi Ilija neki dinar, 50, jel imaš?
Dobro.
Hvala vi. Dovoljno. Ništa više. Maksimum sam armor, uzeo sam pucku, ide gas. Gdje ćemo na otvorenom, vamo, ja bi na otvorenom.
Bez kavera, oko onih vozila tamo u centru. Hoćeš baš na strelište, ali tamo kavera nema. A duše ima, mogu ti pokazat, ako ćeš da vidiš.
Ovo je na 37 još.
Evo.
Turret, ovaj je više sigurno.
Jest, samo ti
30 sekundi imaju jedan i drugi.
Imaš vamo 3 tureta koje nismo dirali.
Pa to ti kažem, zato sam ti rekao malo pre da ih iskoristim.
Pa iskoristit ćeš sad.
I onda begamo gore.
Nije kod ovih koji su na cooldownu.
Pa oni su gore 30 sekundi još, što je to?
A dok,
imamo
se sad zamajamo
sve.
sve. Jes.
Ma šta se majamo, gledaj sad. Sad će da vidiš. Vidi ovdje, 3 komada ba imamo, čovječe. Čujem ga. Evo ga, malo da ne smisli na. Aha. Samo malo supra, bračko. Nema toga ništa. Polavi. Nema zašto. Čemu panika? Ajde, refreshuj se. Jao, ne sreć, jao. On je popušio, bre, brate. Oh, yeah, baby. Help! The government is after me. Ilija! Samo ti healuj piču i nema problema nikak. Ne! Dođi, dođi. Dođi vamo, padni mi na grob. Pa i sad prosto viću. Treba sad imati...
Imaš vamo armu, dođi. Gore, gore. Uzem.
Tank!
Polazi.
Da ga agrujem malo. Stigao sad vas da nema. Umri bre, umri čoveče. Umri! Samoći!
Znam. Od tebe papke.
Boga mi fino. Materijalčići koliko hoćeš.
Tebi sam 2 levela za medika, došto sam radio zadatak.
Super.
Ne, da se igrao regularni meč, ne. A već izabrao sam taj healing zadatak i za to sam dobio više experience za klasu. Kao što sam s ninjom igrao, dobio sam sad 3. na 5. Jučer, to što sam igrao s katanom bio quest, taj, ne znam, cut damage, koliko mi je trebalo poena.
Vidi koji bug imaju čoveče. Piše complete all daily challenges da mi je ostalo, a sve sam kompletirao, daily challenge. Sve sam kompletirao i kao ne mogu da uzem tih 6 kao complete daily challenges, a 6 od 7 imam. To je sve. Zamisli? Koji bug? Ne mogu da verujem. Svašta.
I šta? Dobio si, fali ti 1 zadatak, piše kao...
Ništa, sve, kao da, samo mi on fali. Ali nema, sve sam prešao, razumeš? Ne može on da fali. Jer to zadnji piše complete all daily challenges, razumeš?
To sam ja imao.
Ja sam sve ostale kompletirao.
Ne, to sam ja imao. To što ti prečiš, bukvalno. Mapu smo ti prešli, jel da? Meni piše da bi trebao Office da završi.
Ajde, dobro. Ček samo da uzem nekog gospodina ovdje. Pazi što glupo, brate. No. Treba da mi da to. Evo se. Oduzimam to.
Ne, to je možda odmah smešno, ali...
Primarni, šta kaže? Sharpshooter, ninja... Firebug. Ajde, Firebug. Ne. A može, brate, Firebug. Onda mi najmanji level jebot. Ninja.
Pa, deal 10.000 damage using ninja trolls, isto kao što sam sad igrao sa Medikom.
Starti nešto.
Nije nešto nego Office, mislim da mi piše da mi deo.
Okej.
So, you all went through your pre-combat checks and procedures, right?
Ili a badass ninja.
Right?
Nemoj da me ništa muštaš, prvo rekao sam ti hoću Firebuga da levelam, max.
Odličan je. Firebug je lud.
Safe travels up there.
Ne znam.
No da.
In the hands of Vuka Manduršića, kako kaže, every gun illuminates.
Illuminates.
Ne, obrnuto je. Kako reče ono? Illuminate weapons don't win the fight. Ne pije svjetlo oružje. Ajoj.
A ja ću ovako. Ready, set, go. Ide gas ili ja?
Čestitam.
Kaže, preživite ofice na normalu. Preživeće.
Great to see we all made it in one piece.
Pa ništa, ajmo polako da otvaramo. Idu na tebe ili ja?
Stvarno, ne bi nikad pogodio. Ajde sad za mnom, da pootvaramo.
Ajde, ajde.
Jednako će nas pratiti.
Gorite, gorite. Ovdje mora da ima neki Turing, brate.
No, pojma šta pričaš. Kakav Turing, čovječ.
Mamu ti ga nabijem štetno. Bravo, Prostović.
Nervirano.
Znao sam da ću se prevariti.
To mi je privatni deli.
Moramo da izađemo.
Nemoj više da ih tepaš.
Neću, neću.
Svi mi trezik potepa gotovo.
Ja idem napolje.
Ja sam si išao dole sprat.
Aktiviram zip.
Very good.
Više nemam da otvaram ništa. Imaš kurent, imaš ove ventilatore, imaš... ne znam. Debeli ovaj majmun je ostao, tako da opušten. Znao sam da će se prevariti i da će da krene na mene, znao sam. Kaže, ovo je stvarno fucked up. Tako kaže ova gospođa.
Ona je baš neka gospođa. Jedno mog.
Pa tako kaže.
To je jedan običan gospodin. Upsetnut pranjem čarapa. Vidite beli. Stvorio sam armor.
Finally received this armor.
Ti si životinja, Ilija.
Kojo? To kompliment je. Ili uvreda, nisam siguran šta je. Kad se imam pitanje, teško reći. Ah, laskavč.
Laskavč. Frostović juri me debeljko.
Ne jurite više niko. A gdje je ovdje? Ovo si uradio.
A nisam čovječe. Ne mogu sve s ono. Frostović, imaš neke pare da bi imao?
Moment.
Jedno, ma baš sam fin. 1100.
Ne troši ništa. Samo da vidim.
Ma uzimam odmah Bone Breaker, kaj ti kurac. Daj mi da se razmašim.
Na veliku.
Nemam pare da opet nema veze.
Pa nisi čak ni kupio ni pištozih, jel?
Ništa, evo sad ću da uzem šta treba. Jeftiniju varijantu ću da uzem. To je to.
Ovo ti inače druga runda.
Da.
Auto froze in 30 seconds, guys.
Utječaj.
Got everything you need, team?
Ko je radan? Nema ovdje radnika. Sve
Dobro
sami.
jutro, Vlado.
Sve sami neradnici.
Sve sami neradnici, da.
Ovaj Slavko, strašno. Žuto ni
Ja
sebe.
sam najveći od svih.
Većeg neradnika.
Toliko dana može da pakete za i onako raditi.
Nema. Ovdje nema radnika. Samo ovi što lopataju i kopaju rova. Oni rade.
Ej, vidio sam Ilija, nisam ti to rekao.
Da.
U jednim jutarnjim satima, da. Mapa koja je mračna, ona bre, Radar Station.
Da.
Bila je u svanuću. Mnogo lepo izgleda. To se zaboravio ti kažem. Promjena dana i noći.
That kinda got everywhere, didn't it?
Ne. Hvala eto. Hvala.
Wave conquered.
Pare, evo dobit ćeš sad pare, ajmo. Evo ti.
Daj pare.
Sve pare.
Dobar.
A više nemam. Mislim, nije da sam dobar ili nisam, jednostavno više nemam. Ti radi što hoćeš.
Ja ću uvijek max.
No. Sve na maks. Rekao sam armor ne radi dok ne dođe boss runda. Kad dođe boss runda onda radi. Pre toga.
Pa radi i tako.
Boss runda radi. Sve pre toga ne vredi.
30 seconds to the next
10 do
wave.
8 sunce već počinje da prži među. Danas trebam da primam neku ogradu i da pokosim travu.
Sunce prži. Ja se šišam i tako dalje.
Nisam pričao što sam imao juče jednu partiju u kompaniju Hero 1 lig, znaš.
Samo ti stoji dole, uživaj. Uživaš, ne? I?
On počne tu da me nakušava jer sam misli da sam lud, znaš, i on je za Ukrajinu, za Ameriku, za NATO pakt.
Dobre vlade.
Taj je neki lik.
Igri se kompaniju Hero,
Dobro.
i juče mi ja dva inženjera radim jednu i njegu. Stavio njenu rad, ja sam ga stavio su počelo da idu lakav, znaš, on počne da me spamuje, ti si haker, ti si ovo,
Pa jes.
ti si ja u sebi, puši ga gdje.
Ja znam da si ti ogroman haker.
A onda mu vozovi.
Crni Ilija, gde si ti bio do sad?
Pa čekam te da počneš da radi svoj posao, ne da bežiš od mene.
Moj posao?
Da, tvoj posao da me lečiš. Ništa drugo nisam tražio. Dobio si novac da me lečiš. Vrlo jednostavno. Potpisali smo socijalni ugovor i to je to. Vajde, vajde.
Lele, aj.
Sa lektorom sam se juče čuo. Na gradskoru. Pustio sam se večer dva neke kijeve.
Da.
I sada, a ne znam sad, onda mogu da kažem.
Čujem da Nenad te izbjegao, da ne izbjega. Kaže, nije Vlada u pravu, misli da to tek tako igraš i kraj. Mamin ga nabijem. I igraš sam Destiny 2 ili...
Ma ne, znaš šta gledaj. U principu nije mi problem, nego znaš šta, ja nisam igrao to 2020 i treba. Ja ne mogu da čekam kako da upustim motor i ne mogu da čekam ništa. Mislim da bi Vexter tu neke stvari
Make sure you're stocked on ammo.
da pokaže malo kako se to radi. Da me podsjetimo.
Da. Ajmo to. Ajmo na tavan.
Seconds, guys. We've got backup.
Šta ću sad da uradim? Nikad neću da uradim ovaj deal damage using ninja troll. Za tak ću ovim to što dođem sam u meč.
Pre mogli smo jedan tu,
samo
jedan
ti uživaj. Ne igram s ninjom jer volim, znaš. Nego zato što mi piše deal damage using ninja troll.
Pa jel koristiš?
Pa... Onda kad sam imaš dva komada. Treba da sačekam da me njih 20 okruži da bi izbacio te kao tropove. Znači ti ne treba da ih ubiješ ako viš da trče za mnom. ne bežimo njih, nego ih navlačim da ih skupim jedno 10 komada. Ne bi li nešto uradio. Viš ovo. I to je možda 1000 damage bilo. Komedija. Kome, hoću da radim 3 meča.
Iza mene.
Što ja vidim? Džaba je to jedan.
Still surprised by how messy it always is.
Iza mene. Moram malo da mrdam.
Da, ovdje je solidno loše.
Pressure on.
Kreković.
Noise pollution is the real invisible danger.
To.
That's great to know.
To ti pričam. Odlično. Evo ti vamo, Ilija.
Ne, džaba, šta ću jednog da ubijem. To neće. Ni bombi nemam. 2 bombe imam, čovječ. Razumeš? I bacio sam ih tamo. Sve to džabe. Moram da odem u prodavnicu da kupim i to opet kažem da ima više od 2-3. Znači ću pol sata da radim. Gluposti. Baš glupo. To sam uzeo upgrade da radi malo više štete granata. Da nisam uzeo to ne bi ni toliko uradio.
Koliko ti trebaju pare?
Ne treba ništa. Ovo je 5. runda. Apsolutno ne treba. Mač ne troši municije, samo troši život. Moj život. Moj život je mrak, više nisam ni ja. Vlado. Dobro, brate. Destiny 2 je ozloglašen po tome što je uzeo stvari i izbacio iz igre. Jel znaš? Bila je čitava jedna planeta koju su izbacili iz igre.
Pa izbacili su oni mnogo šta jer je...
Zbog?
Last wave approaching.
Navodno je razlog da igrica mora da stane na
Looks like they put up a fight.
Ozbiljno. A ti si platio to, tako? I jesi to refundali? Pa onda nek jedu govno. Ajmo dalje. Da ja platim deo neke igre da ga oni sklone pod izgovorom da ne mogu da optimizuju igru. To je tvoj problem. Ne vidim kako je to moj problem što nisi optimizao igru. To je 6000, on je ošajde. Pazi health. Lazi.
Ajde, dole. Idem glav.
Po istini to je priča. I samo da je shop. Aj za mnom.
Jebi ga sad.
Uda. Mislim, najbolje će biti, kao što rekao, da poštedi muke i da uđem sam da ovo uradim, pošto ovako, da ti kažem, ne pucaj, a oni nas rokaju, ne ide. To je znam. Lazi. Boss wave, a?
Boss.
A budi siguran da neće da bijem nijednog bossa u igri. Pada mi na pamet da glumi žrtvu ovdje.
Works for me.
Ja, umrem se moći.
Evo ti pare, da bi imao.
Da vidim koliko daješ.
Koliko imam, to ti je.
Hvala.
Toliko ti je o tome.
Evo ti
A
pola.
vi samo izvolite.
Evo ti pola
Ne
koliko je
treba mi.
ostalo. Pa možeš da kupiš preci ili armor ili šta god. Na kraju. Odlično. Drago mi je da sam uzeo range oružje, da ne moram da bijem ovaj degenerit.
Ja bi na vamo da krenemo odmah da... Nazad. Aktivirao turret. Des?
Gledaj malo što oni radi, ja sam ti kod njih. A pitaš me gdje sam, pa logično da tu gdje su oni, tu sam ja. Skočio gore. Gdje si odletao? Ajmo dole, skoči sprat niš. Da ne pokazuješ shop, pitam se. Stvari je mrtvo, samo ga gazi.
Ma džabe, ne vidim ništa.
Na ovaj nabiju zid, jedan je mrtv.
On je gotov.
Brate, on se vrti u mestu da ga pržimo.
Breakdance.
Radi piruet. Imaš još neki map challenge ili?
Nemam, za sad udaram pauzicu, da znaš.
Izvrsno, to sam i teo.
Eto vidiš. Znao sam da ćeš to da
Da te
pričaš.
pauziram.
Dobro, dobro.
Ništa.
Pa ništa, evo vidiš, assignment, sve je urađeno sem
Drago mi
onog
je.
što treba sve
Da si sve uradio.
Da.
Pošto ja nisam. Da, drago mi je.
Da vidim kad restartujem. What the... Ne, to jedno stoji.
Šta stoji?
Pa complete all daily challenge.
To ne možeš da uradiš. Da ti se
Pa
lagano.
ne mogu.
Tako je meni bilo 2-3 put do sad već, bar 2 put. Bar 2 put mi stoji complete all daily challenge. Šta god, ništa nisam dobio, nije ga, ne znam, na računaru.
Ništa, krosovi su Frostovići.
Hvala vi. Thanks.
Ajde.
Vidimo se kasnije. Ćao.
Because much of the reason this story has so much controversy is the ending, not the things that led up to it. The fact of the matter is, this is just how small town governments are a lot of the time. You have families that have been around for such a long time that they have connections that run deeper than political parties, and they have influence that transcends election cycles. There are a lot of these good old boys clubs that Heemeyer and Spencer both talk about in the Tread documentary. They are all over the United States, and they do hand out favors to friends. It's also not uncommon to see money change hands in ways that don't necessarily line up. Like somebody might overpay a board member for their used pickup truck, then, a month later, the board member votes a certain way. In a lot of American small towns, there's this you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of mentality. And that's at every level of the social contract. That's person to person, that is business owner to business owner, that is elected official to elected official. And I want to be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with a small town governing itself. I strongly encourage these communities to celebrate their unique cultural traits and their history. Here in Phoenixville, Aiden and I are extremely vocal about preserving the historical sections of town, as well as keeping business local by preventing the big brands from coming into our main street. And also our Bridge Street, which is the actual main street. Main Street's kind of an avenue that it's the wrong way here, but you know what, that's how we like it. The problems only occur because people pay so little attention to local governments, which allows bad actors to get away with insane levels of corruption. We're currently seeing an issue unfold here in town where the board is trying to use eminent domain to force a property owner to give up his land to a developer so that that developer can build luxury apartments. That is an entirely improper use of eminent domain, being as it serves only to enrich one property owner at the expense of another. But that doesn't matter, they're trying to do it anyway. The only reason it's being held up right now and that it's not going through is that the landowner knows his rights and is actively standing up for himself. And if there's one thing that we can learn from the reasonable man forced to do unreasonable things, Marvin Heemeyer, it's that we need to do that not just for ourselves, but for each other as well. Had the community stood up for Marv during the zoning dispute, when the town was absolutely, admittedly not following procedure, none of this would have happened. And I don't mean to suggest that the community of Granby, Colorado is responsible for what was done to Marv or what Marv chose to do. They too were victims of what was ultimately the board's failure to negotiate the situation. I only wish to express the belief that in order for small towns to be the incredible aspect of American life that they have the potential to be, we must be willing to look out for each other. And, if need be, we must be willing to metaphorically bulldoze corruption so that another Marv Heemeyer doesn't have to do it literally. I will admit I usually don't craft my outros in quite so specific manner, so this feels a little awkward, but with all that said, if you want to support what we're doing here at the Lore Lodge, you can subscribe to us on Patreon, or you can become a member here on YouTube for just $1 a month. That will get you access to a few cool things, like our Drunk Folklore / History show, Liquid Lore, that comes out once a month. We're actually shooting that this weekend, oh no. It will also give you access, now that I finally made the leap into the 21st century and started taking my notes, like typing them. It'll get you access to the notes for all of these videos going forward. In this specific case, it will get you access to the transcript of the Marvin Heemeyer tapes, which has been somewhat edited, but is still going to be somewhat in the form I read it in, partially because I think that's funny. You can also support what we're doing by getting our merch that will be coming from Bunker Branding. We have confirmed the designs. It will be soon. We're very excited. And if you would like to consume the Lodge, you can do so by drinking our coffee. We get it from Tableau Roasting Company down in Lexington,
It's
Kentucky.
open.
It is a
Who's in the
small
mood to
batch
spend
artisan
some
roaster. You are
dosh?
supporting a small business as well as this business, which is also small. And they have a blend that is designed by Stakuyi and History of Everything podcast. So if you're interested in their Lewis and Dark blend, you can grab that, or you can get our Mount Pocono perk. Or, best of both worlds, there's a bundle you can get that comes with one of each and a mug of each. That coffee helps us power through all of the days, as we are often up very late. Part of the reason we're up late is that we have our live show on Sunday nights, and that is from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can catch that every week unless you can't. If you can't, it's because we didn't do it, and if we didn't do it, there was a reason. But don't worry, we'll always tell you what the reason was ahead of time. Most recently, that reason was Memorial Day. If you want more Lodge, you can get that by heading over to the Weird Bible channel, the History Hut, which I promise we're working on getting content over there. It's probably going to be more specialized stuff that I do over long periods of time, because that's the only way I'm going to get content on it. So that's what the History Hut will probably be if we can't get a podcast started. Other than that, we have my personal channel, Aiden Mattis, and we have a couple of others that don't have content on them yet. Aiden Mattis right now is a hodgepodge of reaction content, commentary content, gaming content, you know, even some music content. We recorded an album on there. And coming very soon here at what is called Redacted Media now, and if you've noticed that our background has changed recently, this is the Redacted Media Studio. It's in a house built in 1738.
Say bye-bye to
Perfect.
the pods for now,
The reason we
guys.
got all of this was so that we could start launching new shows that are not hosted by us. In fact, I'm not going to be involved in the research even. They're just going to be shows by talented people about things that they are passionate about. And I will be producing along with you. Some people, when we first mentioned we were going to do this, were concerned that we were going to burn ourselves out. We are, but not quickly. As of recording this video, we have at least 2 of those channels in the works, as well as their flagship podcasts. And those are Last Call Lounge with Blues Mixologist and Off the Record with Blue X. And last but not least, the best place to get updates for what we are doing and to play Helldivers with yours truly is our Discord channel. You can get there by going to bit.ly/jointhelodge. Alright, with all of that said, I'm Aiden Mattis, and thanks for stopping by the Lore Lodge.
Dobro.
A imaš?
Ima ovdje.
Dobro.
Ima.
Zaboravimo ne pare za taj. Nije sve. Manitko, mariće, znači. Ako ne dođemo skuvati. Ovo je važno.
Da.
Becoming more puritanical and more conservative.
Being beautiful and having. I remember a long time ago when I first started YouTubing, I remember someone, I think it was like a Twitter post or something. Someone said something along the lines of, Alana, why is your model so pretty? Why didn't you make it uglier? And I said, why would I want to do that when people would be like less inclined to watch me? And they said, oh, so you care about group things. I'm like, yeah, obviously, I'm an influencer/streamer. Like that's the whole point. Like, you want people to watch you. You want me to be ugly so that you feel better about yourself? What's the fucking point? Like, yeah, duh. Also, you eat pancakes? Yeah, it's literally that, oh, you like waffles, so you make pancakes. It's like, no, man. You wanna make an ugly model? Yeah, go ahead. See how far you go. Sorry.
Puritanical, the focus of the ad. What's her tits and ass? This is not at all a conservative, puritanical ad.
Have you seen what the puritanical right thinks of Sydney Sweetie? They think she's a... Okay? They think she's a... The backlash has been swift and fierce, and some of it, at least if you ask me, is fair. The internet has been quick to condemn the advertisement as non-inclusive at best. Non-inclusive? Why the does everything have to be inclusive? It's a commercial with one fucking person in it. Sweeney exudes a source of vintage sexiness that caters to the male gaze. She embodies the near mythological girl next door beautiful but low maintenance sexy femininity that dominated the media in the
This sounds like AI. I'm not even kidding. It's verbal diarrhea AI.
1990s and early 2000s. Oh wow, that sounds great. You're telling me that's fascism? Waiter, more fascism please. What the It's just so funny, like, the left is currently losing their mind about how, like, they need to get young men to vote for Democrats again, and here they are, like, blondes with big are fascism. Listen, the alt-right pipeline does not start with the American Eagle ad.
Are they just self-reporting and saying that all leftist women are ugly and, like, don't have boobs or something? I don't get it.
It starts with you.
Is that the point?
What are you doing? This is not at all a conservative far-right ad. It's just a normal ad that would have ran like 15 years ago. But I guess that's what being far-right is nowadays. Being normal from 15 years ago. I love that.
Oh, that's so bigoted, Shu. I can't believe you just said normal is right-wing.
This random part of the article, though, young women are being radicalized through so-called clean skincare and healthy eating.
Oh my god, being fit and not eating McDonald's and shoveling ice cream in your mouth is radicalizing. Chat, if you're wait! What? Wait, by that logic, if we
Sale mi je 2 puta
extrapolate
to
this
izvestio.
into men,
2 puta.
I don't even want to know if I want to make that joke. Like, I feel like Hassan's whole shtick is that he's a handsome, well-kept guy who goes to the gym and he's very left-leaning, right?
On the clock.
Does that make him a pick-me? Or like he's a grifter? Because that's, by that logic, means that he's right-wing.
See you on the other side, team.
Yeah, going to the gym is right-wing, yeah. Taking care of yourself is right-wing. Not giving into corpo and not consuming McDonald's is right-wing.
So fascism is hot people eating healthy and having clean skin. Goebbels himself could not make better propaganda. Literally, as I am editing this video, the New York Times comes out with his opinion piece. Why? What? The right is obsessed with thinness. I would really, really appreciate if people stopped equating health and beauty to fascism, because if health and beauty are fascism, what is unhealthiness and ugliness? Unfortunately, a big part of socially progressive ideology is dismantling hierarchies and norms and challenging what society sees as conventional, traditional, and beautiful. A really good example of this was those statues that were put up like all over different cities of like...
Oh my god! What is this?
Hey, frumpy woman in leggings, and the artist says like the purpose of these was to like challenge conventional beauty standards, and it's like, imagine looking like one of these women and then hearing like, oh yeah, this was put up to challenge beauty. Like, what do you mean by that?
Who saw that?
What universe am I living in? Every time a shoe video drops, my brain starts hurting.
Remember the whole body positivity movement like 10 years ago? Remember like all the fat influencers? Remember when every single ad was like this ad, for example? Calvin Klein's latest underwear campaign is breaking big
That was grossly satisfying. Pimple popping.
Big boundaries. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean by that? While fashion is starting to seriously consider creating more inclusive environment for consumers,
Sniped him. Fantastic aim.
There has gotta be a reason why they use
the cameras is strictly prohibited.
Dude, I feel like I was a New York Times or whatever, like, journal. And I was
damage looks pretty structural. It's safe here?
Like, I would sprinkle in little, like, stupid little references that would just... This has to be intentional. It can't be. It can't not be, right?
there is still a huge mountain to climb before it is truly considered diverse.
Hey, armor here!
No, now that's just me. And that's why Calvin Klein, probably the most famous name associated with underwear, just launched a groundbreaking campaign. Groundbreaking? Oh, come on. The campaign is all about feeling free to express yourself, being uninhibited, and being provocative by challenging the norms we see on a regular basis.
Oh, so you're
Doing
saying
my
being
part to
fat
reduce noise pollution.
isn't normal. Oh, what do you mean by that?
See? Challenging norms. It's all about challenging norms. This reminds me of that protein world controversy from 2015. Old heads will remember. I wrote an article about it for the Libertarian Republic. Wow, that was a long time ago. But anyway, a billboard with this ad for a protein powder supplement was put up and people lost their fucking minds. They vandalized it, they threatened to get a bunch of the employees fired.
God, dude, 2015. I think everything fell apart in 2015, yeah.
They threatened to build a company with
privacy. If I had a hammer, I'd smash the patriarchy. It's a feminist. Oh my god.
We've got that guy! All because they committed the great crime of body shaming by daring to have a thin, attractive woman on their ad. This ad made other companies come out with their own like little virtue signaling things like passive aggressive, like everybody is ready. Like every fashion magazine, every beauty magazine was pumping this out of time, just fat, 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 fat. The rise of like
And then they experienced a massive loss in sales and were like,
Looks like San Fernando after the 83 earthquake.
I wonder why. Oh my goodness. Tess Holiday, is she dead or is she still alive? I forget. Is she one of the bad businesses that passed away when they were like 35?
S Holiday and the hashtag F your beauty standards. Oh my god, you could not escape this. Also suspiciously, body positivity only seemed to mean
Beep, beep, beep. Back it up!
This guy right there.
obese women.
All of them have abs! Abs aren't even a realistic thing, man! They
no
work
tape it.
really hard to
No.
maintain them. It's not realistic. It's so
What's up,
unrealistic.
Hello, man.
It's hard work having abs, man.
But yes, everywhere you looked, it was like fat, 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 and everyone was like, yes, queen. Well, now we live in Ozempic world, and the fat acceptance movement seems to have died. Like many of the fat influencers, unfortunately. And these same types of people are like crashing out about the city mini ad.
Abs are realistic. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Being a thin woman is a lot easier because you just don't have to eat. You don't even have to fucking exercise. You just watch your fucking weight. For abs, you have to fucking work out. You don't even have abs. Shut up. Shut up. I hate you.
Because they really do feel like all the work they have done to like socially engineer people's behavior and preferences has been just like destroyed overnight. Who would win? Decades of propaganda? One big booty girl.
Boobs. Always. Always boobs. Boobs destroyed countries, states. It will destroy the universe. Men will do anything for boobs.
I wrote in the old article, I can't say I'm too surprised at the backlash towards this model's body. We are living in a world where instead of striving to better ourselves and live a healthy lifestyle, praising obesity and unattractiveness is becoming the norm. Well, shoe on head from 10 years ago, you will be happy to hear that it seems like it's no longer the norm. Because apparently not just American Eagle, but like Dunkin' Donuts and Arby's are using hot people in their ads again. Is it
Hot girls eat Arby's. Yes!
culture truly healing, or are we about to go into a deep financial recession?
I've heard all I needed to hear.
Question we should be asking. Angry Reddit freaks also doxed Sydney,
While you're at
looking
the
through her
pod,
voting
don't
records.
This is so weird. This is so fucking weird. You are such a weirdo for doing this and thinking it's a W. It's disgusting.
Here they
And
come!
found out she's a registered Republican. One of the most common things I saw about this was how all the women getting mad about Sydney Sweeney were ugly, and I don't think that's true. There were some like pretty people in there. But it got onto this topic that I see
No,
all
they're ugly on the outside and that influences your attractiveness level, I think, personally.
Found some
play
There's,
with
like,
fire, I
many
work
things.
with it.
All the time, and that is why it is actually so
Simple satisfaction of the flip pop.
Feels like that time I ate that
right? Conservatives are, well, conservative with the way that they present themselves. They tend to follow norms and beauty standards, which is why, for example, the media called Hassan a
No.
Feel better already.
No.
I should have brought one of those, like, personal misting fans.
Impressive in a MAGA body and have so many women on dating apps.
Do you guys remember that really schizo post that we read a while ago about a woman that was like hate fucking right? And then she was like, I'm getting attracted to him. He challenges me so much and I hate him, but he's like really hot, so like I never his laws. I mean, it's so crazy to me how like there's patterns to this. Does the mattress go? No, it's just a Reddit post. I can't remember for the life of me. It's been a long time, but it just happens so often where you find this post resurfacing on the internet over and over again of some girl that's like, I voted for Hillary Clinton in blah 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 blah, and I found this guy at my college campus, and like he challenges me in every way, and he's mildly attractive, nothing special, and I had sex with him, and I hated it, but now I love it, and I don't understand. My brain isn't working. What's going on, ladies? It's like, oh my god, man.
That works.
You're so stupid.
And everyone is aware of the stereotypes.
Set
And
time!
without this, you know the stereotype, like the overweight, blue hair, nose ring. They're not all ugly, of course, but many purposely make themselves look ugly. Because being ugly is saying f you to the men. Marcel Duchamp's art piece, Fountain, which is literally just a urinal, was a f you to art institutions and the classical idea of beauty. Those f-ass ugly concrete block brutalism buildings are another example. Brutalism emerged
are about
after
to get
World War II as a post-war modernist style, in part created as a view to the classical architecture celebrated by, drumroll, the Nazis. Now think of those concrete buildings and the urinal and apply it to broader society.
I think it's the pendulum swinging the other way. That's what I'm saying.
Basically, the blue hair and nose ring is a view to, well, Sydney Sweeney. Hitler existed, so now everything has to be fat and ugly. Sorry. I don't know why so
New rule: before calling someone a fascist, you have to like look at their brain and their hair. Yeah. I need to start doing that for my chat. You gotta get inspected by the mob before you go enter the street.
somebody on the left wants to give you concept. But it is not a winning strategy. Listen, I just want everyone's basic needs met, alright? I don't want people going in debt if they get into a car accident, or be homeless, or get sent to foreign wars. I didn't sign up for this.
I didn't get a
It is
first-class
funny, though, how,
pyrotechnics
like, every
license
time
for
Sydney
nothing.
Sweeney is on camera, there's like a right-wing article like, woke is dead. Woke.
Holy honkers!
Odds open.
Go back.
Time to load up.
Holy.
Is dead. Wokeness is no match for Sydney Sweeney's undeniable beauty. Are Sydney Sweeney's breasts doubled?
Watch your step. Final wave in motion.
I would like if I had the
Got the
possibility,
turret going.
I would print out an article like this and then go back in time to the 1930s and drop off that newspaper in front of a housewife and just like leave it there and then wash
That
it and see what they say.
Vivid.
I can't believe this is actually something that you can pay for.
The
Can't really spread out here, huh?
Was that girl right about conservatives being boob guys? She might have been right after all. Honestly, this doesn't really make sense.
Oh, fire it up!
The left are the ones trying to normalize something like that. If anything, there is too much boobs everywhere. We need to come Sweeney is anti-woke. I don't even think they know
someone
what
have an
I think they just
extinguisher?
mean like Sydney Sweeney is like looking into a time portal back to 1992, a time when addiction wasn't such a big issue. Every woman didn't show her hole online for $5. Took up it's like a bunch of millennials and boomers are longing
I
for
wouldn't
time.
trust the structural integrity of this place for a minute.
Ne znam što je žao mi zdravo.
It's a return to like normalcy. Return to normal Americana consumerism. In 2065, conservatives are going to be like posting people twerking like
Stand back.
return.
This could get dangerous.
I've been sounding the alarm about this cultural shift for some time now. And we see a bunch of celebrities embracing like looking normal and healthy again. Like Demi Lovato is a perfect example of this. She was an obese, short hair,
The visor is great, because you don't have to watch the live stream from his eyes.
Koza.
Armor here if you need it.
Možda pa od derpesi.
Just fill me up.
Ma ja.
Kakva ljubav i spasila me druge, jel?
Narkotici.
Gledam i umirem od smeha.
Nothing like a nice warm fire and good company. Meet the newest member of the team. Give me some space! That thing kind of gave me the willies.
Toliko o tom.
I just had like a flashback. I haven't heard of the name Demi Lovato in probably like 15 years or some shit. What happened? That's Demi? I wouldn't be able to recognize her. Maybe she did this on purpose so people wouldn't recognize her because she's a celebrity.
Stereotype, crying about a frozen yogurt place, daring to sell sugar-free frozen yogurt,
I walked in, was so triggered that I left without froyo.
to now
Let's take a little zip line tour.
But sugar-free doesn't
Turrets
mean it's
live.
sugar-free. It's just like xylitol in it or something. Or stevia. That doesn't...
Just defending my right to privacy.
Chat, I sometimes can't see my fan
frozen yogurt place.
The singer returning to the scene of the crime Wednesday, poking fun at herself on her social.
That's part of the...
You know, fire beats fire every time. You gotta know that.
Yeah.
The reason these people are freaking out and saying like fascist aesthetics, because they know the chokehold they have had on culture is losing its grip. Inshallah. Once Sam Smith goes back to being normal, that's when I know the culture is healed. Thankfully, American Eagle did not bend the knee and did not apologize to the court. In fact, they
got a
doubled
little
down.
sloppy.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes, is and always was about the genes. Her genes, her story. Wait,
It's the corporate equivalent of saying crime more movies based.
her genes, her story. H8.
Kisses.
Uh-oh. Now, I can sit here and say the obvious, like, these corporations just want to pander to you, they just want to sell you, like, yeah, obviously. But have you considered, it's good when corporations pander to me, personally. I just realized so much of American political discourse is, like, around f***ing corporations and ads. The Gillette commercial, Bud Light, Protein World. There are so many examples. Like, it's just crazy how so much of our politics revolves around consuming things. I will buy blue team product. I will buy red team product.
You know exactly why. I hate it. Did they have this in the 90s? I don't think so. America's cooked. America has always been an extremely consumeristic society, but like, I feel like it never was this bad until like, I want to say like 2015 is when it really ramped. Maybe like even a little bit earlier than that. The Cola Wars? Cola War wasn't like about political identity though. You didn't correlate drinking Pepsi versus Coke with being red or blue, right? The console wars? Yeah, it's about... No, I completely agree, but it wasn't about like right or left. It was about which side
A
you
nice
wanted to
bleach
pick.
solution ought to clean that right
Like,
up.
oh, I'm gonna pick a Apples versus Windows? Yeah, again, it wasn't political though.
Bleak. In conclusion, we are tired of ugly. There's hot people in ads again.
Fine
The
by
white
me.
woman is back, baby. Let's go. 500 trillion more to Israel. Nobody can afford a fucking house.
Fuck.
World is run by pedophiles, but woke is dead, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah! So if you like this video, please subscribe and maybe donate to me on Patreon. Link down below. All Patreon members get the uncensored version of every single video
Oh my
a
god,
day early.
chat, go
So
check
you
it
get to hear
out.
all the f***s and shits uncensored. If you can't or don't want to do that, there's also a little tip jar down below. You can make a little tip, and I will give you a little heart. It helps the channel out, and I appreciate it fucking much. Also, big shout out to Holtzkern again for
Zip lines
sponsoring
up.
this video. Check them out, link down below. And I will see you very soon with a new video.
That was fantastic.
Ah, peace and quiet. Put it on the board.
I cannot do
Sydney Sweeney, as a registered Republican, has the hottest ad out there. It's her American Eagle, and the jeans are flying off the shelves. Go get 'em, Sydney. I can't do it. It's got a certain cadence to it. I can't.
Well, it was fun while it lasted. Fight fire with fire. Quiet. Ooh, all mine now. Privacy, thank you. to have words.
You maybe want to grab some ammo. Oh, this is perfect.
Turret is on duty.
shopping team. Shopping's fun, right?
Looks like San Fernando after the '83 earthquake. Got the turret going! Meet the newest member of the team! Let's turn up the temperature here. Never happened. Looks like they put up a fight. Pyrotechnics isn't a hobby, it's a calling. Gee, that was totally crazy how I almost died several times. Good times.
There we go. Ko je taf.
Bila moja voljte.
Opet ljubavne pesme. Svaka čast.
Ujebem.
Evo samo čovjek dano mleko. Jeste. A baš.
Uganjen. Aj ne pričam više što. Ne znam, ja ne izlazim u sobu. Sedim i igram se. Koristim vreme koje imam sad. Ovo je posljednje godine da mogu ovako. Zato što se sad ulazi u ozbiljnije priču ili one. velike pare se sad ulazi, tako da... Biće za kurve i za dop. Meni jesu. Zato što volim novac. I mesečnim da kupujem. Ja volim lepo da pojedem, lepo da popijem, volim kojeve, ja ću pevam i belo.
Actually, come to think of it, it looks so. I'm sorry, I can't even say what I was gonna say defending men. That just straight up looks so bad. That looks. Am I in the wrong here, guys? Does that look good to anyone's eyes? Please tell me. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Actually, come to think of it, in this particular situation, that man probably just knew it was going to turn out like this. He knew it was a bad idea, so he was waiting for her to change her plates.
Will I watch a commercial to get a resurrection ticket? Commercials? This is King Shot. King Shot is an around. Naked dress. Naked dress. Naked dress. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Naked dress. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
On défense.
This game is like if Daisy and Satisfactory were combined. You build, craft, and explore a hostile, mysterious wasteland. The gameplay centers on a detailed building and crafting system where you'll chop down trees, find metals, and scavenge resources to construct a fortified base. Good games like these can be really hard to find, so follow me to make it easier for you. One unique feature is the focus on harnessing the power of the environment. You'll build water wheels, wind turbines, and solar panels to generate electricity, which is affected by dynamic weather like blizzards and thunderstorms. You can even automate systems by creating wooden gutters and water pumps to transport resources. This is all necessary to defend your base from mutated animals and humans that will attack you. The game can be played alone or with friends in online co-op. Your main objective is to survive the harsh, irradiated world, build a self-sufficient and defendable base, and ultimately investigate the source of the cataclysmic event that flooded the Earth with radiation. The game is called Derelith. Its release date is yet to be announced, but it's planned to launch into early access on PC via Steam. This game is like if Daisy and Satisfactory were combined. So, craft and explore a hostile.
Je. Jeste. Bio je neki trailer za Path of Exile 2, ali ništa na tom traileru nismo vidjeli. Kako bi ja znao da je Nena tu ako nije tu.
Kaži.
Bio je neki teaser trailer za Path of Exile 2.
Nema ništa, će da bace neke mikrotransakcije, bla 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 bla.
Dobro.
Ništa da kažeš, wow. Samo mikrotransakcije, samo give us your money.
What's happening, guys? My name is Rob. Today I woke up to a notification that 7 Days to Die update 2.3 experimental is out. Now, since console has come into the fold, there's been a lot of confusion. So the 2.3 experimental update is for PC only. So they release the experimental update into PC, and then they go for a week or maybe 2 weeks while they make sure that everything's working fine, and then they gather feedback. Once they go stable, that's when console updates. So as far as I know, there's no experimental versions on console, which is why sometimes I'll say something is patched, and it's because it's patched in experimental and it's about to be patched on consoles. Let's jump into experimental 2.3. I see some things that right off the bat, I see some things that are good. Today we have 2.3 experimental for you all. Not all, because console. We have a lot of changes that were talked about in a town hall stream, with more to come at a later date. A disclaimer, while we worked hard to make sure save games continue without issue, please make a backup of your current save before starting the game in version 2.3. We've also added a runtime function that will automatically convert the old badges to the new survival gear. Some challenges will remain completed, while others will be optional for those that choose to complete them. If the badges were previously unlocked, the recipes for the new survival gear should also be unlocked. Alright, first things first, let me see if this right here, this is my 2.0 playthrough that I haven't touched since 8.6, so I haven't given a shit about 2.0. I'm just being honest. So let's load that up and see if it updates everything. I do have all of the badges and everything, so we'll confirm that first line right off the bat. I'm curious to know what you guys feel. I'm curious to know how you guys are feeling. I have literally stepped away from 2.0 almost completely. I've been playing Darkest Falls, I've been playing Alpha 16, I've been playing Battlefield 6, which is a whole nother video in itself, and a lesson learned by EA and DICE on what happens when you give the players what they've been asking for fucking 12 years. Bump pimps can be taking notes. Let's just put it that way. All right, it didn't throw any errors. I am on 2.3 B6. All right, first things first, biome badges. Look at that. Smoke gear, snow gear, radiation gear, desert gear. I kind of like the models as well. Models are pretty cool. So wait, I can take them? Yeah, okay, so I can take them. Good deal. Let's see what we got. Radiation gear, I can wear it, I can scrap it. It scraps into armor pieces. Okay, snow gear, one armor piece, one armor piece, one armor piece, okay. So you're gonna need armor crafting kits, which is armor parts, sewing kits, and duct tape. They are still gatekeeping quite a bit here. They're just doing it in a more tolerable way, in my opinion. Let's take a look here. So so smoke gear is armor crafting kits. Let's see, they all take one armor crafting kit, so that's not so bad. Smoke gear is armor crafting kit, polymer, cloth, leather, and coal. And then to the desert is polymer, cloth, leather, and a scope lens, which is something I've made maybe once. It's a weird thing to ask for, and it does require a forge. I think that's probably why they did that. snow gear. What the fuck? Okay, so the snow gear requires things that you can get in just in the wild. But then you get to the desert, well, you are required to have a forge to get this scope lens. I mean, unless you can find it in loot, maybe they changed that, I don't know. But when you want to go to the snow, all you gotta do is go pick a bunch of cotton. What? You know? But then when you want to go to the wasteland, you have to have forged steel to make the radiation gear. You were on the right track and then you weren't. You know? I still have 3 minutes. Yeah, I still have 3 minutes that I can spend. And while we spend that 3 minutes in here, let's take a look. Biomes and their challenges can be explored and completed in any order to unlock survival gear recipes. That's something I'm going to have to come back to in a separate game. Recover from biome hazard effects while sheltered, allowing players to explore deeper into each biome. Okay, so that means that if I find a house or something, I can take cover, or can I... Okay, so you can now come into the wasteland or the burnt biome or the forest or the snow and just make yourself a box. And as long as it's closed in, you are, yeah, you're safe. So we'll try a hatch. Hatch, yeah, hatch works. Okay. So you can build yourself like a little fob. So if I put a hatch on the ground like that, and then another hatch upside down, does that count? Yes, that does count. So that's feasible. Yeah, that's feasible. So that way you can get in and out. And I'm assuming a door works too, but the door doesn't give you a fighting position unless you do it sideways. So since the sledgehammer is so strong, then yeah, like I actually I can actually get down with this. Smoothies were updated with unique names and icons. Black Lung Serum, Fallout Flush, Scorcher Stew, Sunstroke Tonic. Good deal. Same recipe, looks like. Cold Plant Fiber Mushroom Water. Bottles of acid, radiated mushrooms. Yeah, okay. So did they really remove the smoothie, or did they just change the icon and the name? The Fallout one is pretty cool. It uses the new animation. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. As you can see, I mean, I've already done all the biome challenges, but it did go ahead and give me this buff, and it also completed a challenge for me. I unlocked the badges, and I still have the badges, and it did convert them over in my save game. But I still have these challenges that are all new. Okay, so that's fine. 7 minutes seems to be the number for all of them. So I have rad resist for 6 minutes. Now here's a question. So if they have rad resist, does that mean that I'm resistant to zombie mutated guys and their nasty spit? Maybe. 60 health, 60 health. No, definitely not. Okay. Yeah, definitely not. Good to know. Bit of an oversight, I think. So the smoothies, that's what's up with the smoothies. Biome badges have been changed to survival gear. Got that. We'll wear all of this. And it all goes in here. I guess a good question would be, does it change the way I look? So this is what I look like without the shit on. Pretty badass, right? But if I put that stuff on, I doubt it's gonna do anything. Yeah, no, it doesn't change the way you look. I mean, I guess that's good if they're trying to do DLC stuff, you know, but they can DLC this hazmat shit, you know? They can make skins for this gear. I've said it before a million times that they went from 10 slots to 4 slots. I'm pretty sure that if you wanted to have headgear and outfits and shit like that, like let's say you sold them for like $1 a piece, you're gonna get $4 for a full set. Whereas back in the day with the clothing system, there was 10 slots. I'm pretty sure $10 is more than $4. And now we're back up to 8 slots. But we're going so backwards. We're going so backwards here. Survival gear will be dropped on death. No ass at all. I like that. I think that's amazing. This is stupid too, by the way. I've been playing Alpha 16, and when you die in Alpha 16 and you don't have a bedroll down, it doesn't tell you, it doesn't give you the option to spawn near your backpack. You know where it puts you? In a random place in the world, period. You wake up naked and just like fucked somewhere in the world. And that is something I want them to bring back. Quit holding my hand. Because this literally spawns me 70 meters from my backpack. It should be hard to get back to my bag. And in some instances, it spawns you right on top of it. Okay, I dropped it and it re-equipped it right away. Good deal. So that's cool because you can take it off and you can give the gear to your friends, which, you know, which promotes an actual like open world situation, which we all like. You know, we like it when we're able to play the game the way we want. So there's that. Players are allowed to craft. I just said that. Yeah, players are allowed to craft additional gear items in case of death or for other players. That's excellent. Here's one that we can all get behind that we're all kind of pissed was even a thing in the first place. Plague Spitters no longer cloak. Look at this. So I was trying to get some good screenshots. Dude, look at this guy. It's unbelievable. Yeah, and this is a pretty cool screenshot. But yeah, like, what is that shit? Come on. Like that couldn't have been by design, right? Hopefully that's an error. Yeah, hopefully that's a bug. Spawn in random location. Let's go. If I'm 100% certain that I'm going to spawn in the forest every single time, and then it's gonna send me to Trader Wrecked every single time, then it's not very random, is it? Alright. Biomes and their challenges can be explored and completed in any order. So I messed up and I had biome progression off, and which is kind of messed up because even if I had biome progression off, I was still getting hurt in the desert and in the wasteland and in the snow. That's not my idea of being off. So personally, I think that if you're gonna have the biome progression and you're gonna have it toggleable, if you're gonna make it to where you can turn it off, then when it's off, you should just be able to walk in to any biome without gear. So like they're still really forcing us to do a specific thing, a very specific thing. Like maybe I just don't want to do that thing. You know, maybe I want to try to see what it feels like without doing the thing. Right. So biome progression, here we are. So I'm assuming my challenges are going to be there now. They sure are. Okay. So the challenges are find or build shelter in the burnt forest. That's a much better task, man. Closed. Done. So that's building a shelter, and this is also a place that I can seek refuge. I like that. I'm good with that. And I did it in the snow. I skipped the burnt. I skipped the desert. I went straight to the snow. That's much better. That's much better. Get some blueberries. Craft a stew. Use the stew. Kill some snow biome zombies. Kill frost claws and kill zombies. Okay, so you have to kill 5 frost claws, which isn't that bad, and kill 15 just regular zombies. Much better. Yeah, that's much better. And then harvest 250 coal. It was 500 before. So your last challenge is gather the armor crafting kit, the polymer. For whatever reason, we already went over this. It takes cotton, which is really fucking stupid in my opinion. It's fine though. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Lowered chance of infection from plague spitter. Thank God. That was insane. It was it had a 50% chance. Yeah, it had a 50% chance to infect you on hit. One single hit. They also reduced the plague spitter and the frost claw by 50%, and the funny thing about that is it wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough. The plague spitter at one point, they felt like screamers to me, where you would run into one and then next thing you know there's like 10. All right, go ahead. Let's see what it feels like. It still gives you that 5-second slowdown. I would be infected 3 times over by now. It does give you fatigue. I am infected. Holy shit, that's pretty rough. But at last, it doesn't matter if I die because I could just spawn next to my backpack and they put me up on the top of a hill, which is pretty cool. Let's see how bad this swarm is now. Yeah, like I said, it does give you the debuff. It does give you the infection. It does give you stun. Maybe they've reduced it, but I mean, 5 or 6 hits and I'm infected at 11%. Still pretty strong in my opinion, but it's okay. They're gonna get rid of those, and they're gonna make the Native American guy the bad guy, which they better be careful about. In case you didn't know, the insect swarm, is actually considered an armored entity. My dog snoring. Good boy, buddy. It's considered an armored entity, so armor-piercing bullets work on it really well. Tree stump bees have been changed to a non-infecting version. Non-infecting version. I swear to God, if I get infected right now, I'm gonna be pissed. And also, you have a 100% chance, apparently, to get honey from a skunk that has bees in it. Fair enough, I guess. All right, that's cool. They just disappeared. Either it's a proximity thing or a timer. So I'm glad I only had to do that once. So we saw both of those things. Tree stump harvest event has been updated to guarantee honey if bees are spawned. Cool. Several zombie types will now target animal or player corpses when they were previously ignored. Specifically like the frost claw and the plague spitter, they didn't, like if you killed an animal, they wouldn't go after it. We're not going to show that one. Added a second column of icons to use for custom map waypoints. Really? Oh, thank God, dude. You know what, dude? Darkness Falls had a bunch of them. Yeah, a bunch of them. Look, books, money, safe, 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, like, that's a great little update. That's a great little, thank God I can use more shit update. Several tweaks to zombie AI. We're gonna talk about that in another video. I don't know the coding very well, but I've reached out to some people that do. I've reached out and asked for a little bit of help understanding some things that I have found, and we'll be doing that shortly. Do collectors have a lower activity heat value? Yeah, they're listening. Yeah, they heard us on that one. Oh, and of course we would yell at them for that. Yeah, okay, they lowered it, but I mean, it still produces heat. And Joel said, what did he say? Oh, it produces sound, water. And I'm like, dude, footsteps are louder. Footsteps are louder than that. All right, so we'll chill around here for a second and see what happens. Those are the main highlights, but like if I've learned anything about the fun pimps, they like to not say stuff, or they like to hide stuff in like the added or the changed or fixed thing. So let's start with the fixes. AI ranged projectile attacks would start when the target was dead. That's a fact. I've definitely seen that with the Frost Claw quite a bit. The Frost Claw, Plague Spitter, Spider, Cop, Mutated, and Demolition Zombies would not eat. Yeah, I said that already. So now they will. Yeah, so now they will. They already said that up here a little bit. Water is not visible through glass. Underwater distortion could be clipped at certain angles. Okay, so they fixed some underwater glitches. There's been some exploits floating around the internet on that, so that's cool. Trader Bob, voice lines, fixed that. Airdrop marker still shows, that's fine. NRV when spawning insects after destroying tree stump using vehicle. Okay. AI wander random range. Okay. Biome spawned AI move speed increase from storms did not happen at night. Let's see. Added bee swarm entity variant for tree stump game event. Okay. Bee swarm hand item with not critical buffs. Is there a screamer yet? Oh, look at that. Proximity. It's a proximity thing now. 17 events, 2 events, but if I back off a little bit more, maybe I have to be right in the middle of the shit here. Updated icons for biome survival gear. Okay. Worn item mods, minimum effect. Okay. Honk event for vehicles to allow game events to fire based on honking the horn. Does that mean what I think it means? Does that mean that if I spawn this motorcycle on top of this dew collector and I get on it, is it going to add to Screamer? Interesting. I am not sure. I'm not sure what that means, guys. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. It sounds like fun. AI wander and look are more active while alert. Okay, AI randomly turns during look while alert. So they're making the zombies smarter. What you know what they should do with the zombie AI at this point? They should remove it completely and give it to bandits, because these zombies are fucking geniuses, man. They know where you are, they know where your head is, they know where your hitboxes are. They know exactly what block to take in order to get to you. And it's really bullshit, if I'm being honest. And it really compounds itself down into this fucking most boring, stale version of the game where the meta is like a handful of 2 or 3 variations of the same fucking base. The tightrope, and either way, no matter what you do, like you have to give them like an AFK loop path. And it's boring. It's fucking boring. Biome badges are now separate weather items per biome. It's just there's probably a lot more small details that we could go into. I'm gonna read through some of these. Maybe we'll find a couple that are amazing. But if not, I'm gonna clip this down. We fucked around, we found out, we came, we saw, we did the things, and now we're leaving and going back to Darkness Falls. And off the 16. Kind of tree stumps now roll once for honey, then again for bees. Bees always come with honey, but not all honey comes with bees. Now that's the kind of patch notes that I'm talking about. We worked buff weights for a lower chance of infection from plague spitter insect swarm. I wish I knew what the value was. I could probably go find it, but you know, like I'm really not a hacker like that. Good news, I've got several water collectors here and no screamer, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing. I will never understand why they did that in the first place. Why? Because water was too easy? Oh no. Storm messages will no longer say to leave biome. That's good. Okay, so we need to check out the storms. How do I know there's a storm happening here? Did they get rid of the UI? Yeah, did they get rid of the UI, or did I type the wrong command? I wouldn't be mad. You know, I wouldn't be mad. Somebody said some shit here. Storms will not occur on day 1. Okay, so I need to fast forward the day, is what they're telling me. So to set time 10, and then we can trigger. Okay, interesting. So a storm will not happen on day 1. That's what was wrong, right? So it still does the thing, but it doesn't. It no longer tells you that you need to leave the biome. Does this work? Yes, it does. I am safe from the storm in this hole. Okay, my initial test, my very first test, during the live stream, during streamer weekend, that did not work. So that's been, oh no. That's been updated. Sandstorm. I am in a severe sandstorm.
Odlično, fenomenalno. Evo ništa, sad malo da upalim opet, pa poslije da se spremam za posao. Kinuo sam patch.
Za šta?
Pa bio si u pravu, za Killing Floor. 200 megabajta, ili ko mi reče, ti ili Milan.
Da. Za prodavnicu, zašto?
Pa verovatno da, i vidim da je tamo isto mi leglo 500 ovih kredita.
A da, ti imaš 2 akaunta, blago mene.
I sad ću da otključio sam 200, imam 700, znači otključavam još 300, imam Battle Pass.
Bez da plaćaš, no?
Jest, na 2 mesta.
Eto ti ga. Zapravo ako uključavaš Battle Pass dobiješ nazad 500 opet.
Da, pa da. Prvi ima onaj tier gde imaš 500 i to je okej. To je okej.
Za prvi Battle Pass, da. Gledao sam negde jedan video o čovjeku koji pravi ledeni čaj. Iced tea, neki američki brand. Kaže, zašto kao nikad neće povećati kao cenu, osim da se desi ne znam kakav prevrat u ekonomiji svog pića sa 99 centi na bilo što, ni na više ni na manje, znaš. Pa kaže zato što je otplatio fabriku. Vlasnik firme, osnivač, kaže. Otplatio je fabriku, otplatio je sve investicije, kaže, postao uvijek u plusu. I kaže, ljudi koji su verne mušterije, kaže, više će kao ceniti to što su, razumeš, konstantni sa cenama, a ne, razumeš, ono, što će uvijek za novac koji daju dobiti onoliko koliko su platili. Ajmo ga tako da kažem.
Jasna stvar.
Ima i takvih ljudi.
Pa ima girazki.
Ima na
da igraš ti Kotović.
Kupam kamen. Čukam stenu. Unapredio sam katanu još jednom.
Evo ulazim samo malo, bar je meč 2.
Hvala vi.
Katanu cepaš, a?
Ne cepam, nego pošto sam, Gypsy King, jeli? Uzeo sam startno oružje i unapredio sam ga max. Naravno.
Ozbiljno?
Pa, kod inženjera sam isto onaj shotgun startni unapredio isto dosta dobro. Kao što sam ti rekao, ammo mod i onaj receiver, kod pušaka ti obično boostaju damage. Sve ostalo ti je, ne znam, laser kad staviš imaš bolji accuracy, nebitno, i level 1 laser radi isto što je level 4. Jedino ti je onaj bonus aktivan, na zadnji level, ali za to me baš tresu mi se, da ne kažem šta, kabanice. Ne cimam se oko toga. A receiver ti pravi da ti oružje obično sporije puca, ali da radi veću štetu. Meni to sasvim dovoljno.
Pošteno.
Pa hvala.
Pa ću bukvalno vamo da imam PES free. Pa ekstra.
I ako ćeš da igraš opet pas. Što?
Pa posla kad sam da.
Naravno da
ću. Kući normalno samo preko Sony-a ću da igram. Normalno.
Da.
Hoću da ga igram koliko toliko kako treba.
Što ne bi napravio portable Sony? Kao ranac za PlayStation. I jedan pokretni display. Ili VR naočar. Teško je da to objasnim, čekaj sekundu. Kako se zove onaj ludi šeširđija iz one serije Serial Experiment Lane.
Da kaže person. Sharpshooter, ninja i firebug. Pa ti nisi online, Snake-ovče.
Da, čekaj sekundu.
Vuf Rostović. Snake-ović, Vuf Rostović.
Sekundu, samo. Evo, Koslavko. Samo PlayStation 5. Gle.
Kada ga?
Mislim, tako neki rad. Sad misli ga ja zajebavam, jel da? Ja sam mrtav ozbiljno.
Ja sam u hubu.
Znam, pogledaj fotku. Sam ti stavio da vidiš.
Ajde da vidim. Ajde, kaži da vidim. Da.
Tako nekako. Kažem, samo umjesto PC kućišta, PlayStation, kućišta. I VR naočare. Full mobilan. To je šala. Nije to se urediko.
Ostoviću.
Ali, hoću da kažem, PlayStation je malo ispamparao sa ovim svojim... Šta su oni imali, ne? PS Portable. PS Portable ima tako skromne performanse da je to nešto nevjerovatno. Jeste, oni su imali prvi ozbiljniji portable uređaj, ali i dalje je bio po performansama shit. Kad ga uporediš, na primjer, sa Steam Deckom današnjim.
Da.
Mislim da je Sony spao full iz toga. Jebote, kliknu se na play, šta je fora? Da. Ja, gure ovaj easy anti-cheat, koji kurac.
Ne znam. Nisu mi jasni.
Nema potrebe za ovim. Šta ako neki degenerik čituje i kao što sam rekao, ne radi easy anti-cheat. Kad je lik što je napravio one vodiče za KF3, te kaže mrzalo ga da grinduje, pa je na čitovo 9999 svega, čak ima video da objašnjava kako to se radi. Mislim, treba PC za to, da bi uhakovao sebi stvari. I eto, kao on je ubacio maks materijala i sad kao može da krafta šta hoće. Bar dok ne potroši tih 9999 resursa. Jaka mudra. Joj. Ti ćeš da budeš organizator ovog skupa.
Promovišeš me?
Jeste. Izvolite.
Ćemo matchmaking on ili
Ma
off?
radi šta hoćeš. Rekao sam im koji Milano, bez da se ljutiko. Kako misliš da treba napraviti? Nemoj da me pitaš ništa. Nemojte da mi dajete izbor, pošto sam ja anti-vladin element, da kažemo tako. Ajmo.
Koji igraš perk?
Drugi po redu, kao što sam rekao, sa leva na desno. Rekao sam ti da redom idem. Jest, prvo ti ide komando, kog sam max upgrade'o. I ako se dobro sjećam na onoj drop down listi perkova, ti ide sljedeći Farbag. Vrlo sam jednostavan čovjek, da ne kažem simpleton.
Time to fly, Nightfall.
Time to fly. Samo nešto tu nije u redu. Gledao sam operational budget za Firebuga. Firebug startuje sa $4260, a komando sa 4100. A komando je 30. level, a ovo je 26. level. Na koju foru Firebug ima više para u startu, ja ne znam. Možda zato što sam izabrao perk da nosim više municije, pa mi onda kao vredi gear više zbog dodate te municije. To je jedino objašnjenje. Drugo ne. Evo, $4276, tebi je budžet mnogo manji, jel tako? To je moja prepostavka. I da, treća, ma nešto ističiš, samo se opusti i nemoj ni da trčiš u tom pravcu. Relax. Neš stići šanse, nema. Aktivirali su ništa, kako vidim. To. Mani armo nisu otvorili.
Found armor.
I ti me pitaš da igramo sa matchmakingom, pa što nisam kurac gurnuo u onaj mlinac za meso? Šta su oni uzeli ako nisu uzimali onaj multi-tool, objasnim? Uzimali su... šta? Pokušavam da skontam, neću da potrošim moje turete. A odbijam. Da inače ovaj ti gađate u glavu sa ovim lege. Tako je nenormalno, ovaj hask.
Progress report. 25% of enemies are down.
Nisam kupio ni healing pištolj, pa ne mogu ni da healam i doći ikovu. Ne vredi.
Mogu nije.
Ne vredi tak, ono. Igra nas je bacila u treću rundu, ona se je bacila u šestu rundu kod bossa. Sad jebi da nas je bacila u novu sesiju bez ikoga, pa da se ljudi joinu, a ne u pičku materinu.
A fall-related death would be super embarrassing.
I šta će ovdje bez ičega?
Dobro, smirite se.
Ma kukaću koliko ću, jebao ih taj matchmaking. U treću rundu ubacilo i to 2 sekunde pred početak.
A loši matchmaking je loš.
Ma dobar, ne može biti bolje. Napravi mi novu sesiju, majku mu jebene, kuđuju ljudi opet. Tako sam sam razumem, ali dvojica smo. Sad treba 2 čovjeka da igraju sa start gearom, razumeš, na treću rundu. Wow. Nije dobro. Na šta me živo zanima, da vidim nešto. Šta ćemo ja i ti, ovo nisu aktivirali, ovo je neka retard ekipa, ne znam šta ti kažem. Evo gledam, bio stil 1. Evo ga Haskov će
Niko to ne gleda, ništa.
Ma boli me kurac. Ja gledam, no. Evo ona, dujte ga.
This could get dangerous.
Evo me, idem kao Legion.
Fight fire
Paf.
with fire.
Ubao sam Haska u lobanju sa nožem.
U lobanjicu.
Ovo su aktivirali. Lepo.
Idemo na strelište, šta misliš ti?
Ako uzmeš onaj loadout za bone breakera što sam ja...
Da,
što si kopirao od mene, imat ćeš bonus damage zato što ti piše sound wave, ja mislim bonus. To oružje ti radi sound wave. To jest...
Nemam pare, daj mi neki dinar da bim.
Daj mi dinar da bimo, čekaj sekundu, daću ti da bimo. Samo da dođe do se...
Da uzem medic, moj pištolj.
Stvarno svaka čast.
Da li imaš?
To malo dođe na prodavnici. Ne znam kako misliš da dam išta. I čekaj, gdje si? Evo, sam bio da raživ.
Da bim, hvala. Jasno.
Ma ništa. Evo, uzet ću i kutiju metaka, izvoli iza tebe.
Okej, pun sam.
Nisam zainteresovan, stoji tu.
Mi se idemo na streljanu ili ovdje da isčukamo
Jesi
ove...
siguran da ti je bolja ideja da odeš od ekipe? Ovo nije druga runda, ovo je 4. runda, imat ćeš iz kreka i flash pounda, ono. Znaš, nećemo ništa uraditi time što ćemo i ti ostati jedini živi. Leći. Čestit.
Jebote dok ga ono na cilja.
Pa nekad ako brzo pali svoj medic pištoljem na cilja, sasvim nešto drugo.
Ide ga...
I'm in a bad romance.
Ide gas.
Za malo onaj dio da skoči dole.
Ali nije.
Kao to je onaj deo za malo.
Valavi.
Way to clean up.
Prostoviću.
Šta je treba? Ovo još nije bossove.
Nije, ali možda aktiviramo turente tu dole.
Pa šta će ti kad neš biti ovdje? To važi...
Nikad se ne zna.
Slušaj me, to važi kad igramo ja i ti. Džaba ovo radiš. Oni svi budu na drugom mjestu. Razumeš? Šta hoće ovaj?
I'll take a bit of this and a bit of that. I don't see any inherent anesthetics in here.
Eto. Ja im dajem pare, ja sam došao treću rundu. Jedite govna. Jeste tako čuli? Tako. Traži pare. Mami traži pare.
Mame.
Mada sam svima dao po $600. Znaš to? Osim tebi. Da, svima sam dao po $600.
Pa naravno, ali si meni normalno.
Tebi ne dam.
Ništa ja drugo nisam ni očekivao ili od tebe.
Samo to, ti ćeš da popravljaš okolo instalacije. Za ove magarce. Kako ne.
Dobro, jebi ga, nikad se ne zna.
Ja ti kažem, ja znam, nema potrebe za tim.
Odmah meni da nagnije.
Tebe ideš sam. Onaj magarac gore.
Eno ga gore, sve.
A vidim ga, jebam mu tata, majka. Sklonio sam se, rekao da ako priđe napred.
That's 50% of them.
hangar.
Evo ga skočilo, ovo je jedno. Gotovo.
I'm in a bad romance. Jeste.
Oooo.
300 ili 500 kako hoćeš.
500.
Pa koliko daš? Unapredio bi armor, ali ono, nije podobno.
Nemam ja, evo ti sve što imam.
Jao, kako je. Evo uzeo sam kutiju metaka i vraćam ti pare. To je to. To je, mene više ništa ne treba. Imam medic pistol, imam ifrit i prijatno. Izvoli.
Koja turinta sam aktivirao?
Rekao zvuči kao da ima nekoga pored sebe ko mu radi oral. Svaki put. Ne znam kako to mu objasni. Nemam ništa protiv, ali ne moram da...
That's definitely an unprotected edge.
Aha. A što bijemo bube za sad?
Što niko ne markuje ovo glavno. Evo.
Šta da ti markujem, vidi ga koliko je telak. Sada ga markujem, nije ni došao. Pola sata je bijemo bube. Nema potrebe da markujem to tele, jednom kad počneš da ga biješ, teško ga je promašiti. Nije to baš kompleksno kao Helldiveri da ja sad ti markujem Haska ili ne Haska nego onoga Hulka da bi ga vidio.
Meni je lakše, ja sam mator čovjek.
Ja sam vrlo mlad, ne treba mi to. Ja nabio sam ovaj laser u pozadninsku diviziju.
Let's burn this mother down! Well, that's enough excitement for one day.
Done to worship.
Ko je glavni, potpuno glavni das?
Ja. Hvala. Naravno je bilo nedovoljno za sljedeći level zato što nismo igrali prve runde. Ništa treba nisi očekivao. Ajmo da bijemo Eichel. Konvoj hoćete, ajde, evo ako hoćete konvoj.
Konvoj?
Evo neko je glasao za konvoj, ajde.
Dobro, ajde.
Ajde. Na mici se poznaju nacije.
Čekaj da vidim da li sam moj assignment odradio.
Wait for the assignment.
Tam ne vidim. Mislim da jesam. Nema veze, ću uzem sharp shooter.
Sharp, a?
Pa imam neki personal, pa to gledam da radim.
I gave you a follow, medic. Good job. Reci. Yo!
O, konvojče!
Ovi ostali nisu tu.
Jer da su tu.
Kako ja da znam da su tu ako nisu tu?
A ljudi izlaze, ne razumeš.
Dobro.
Znaš i sam kako vići.
Znam, ja i nisam čovjek. Pa laki.
Found some armor if you want it. We've got backup.
Bravo, bravo.
Call the burn ward.
Šator otvoriš.
Da.
Don't worry. I'm a licensed pyrotechnic operator.
Nema veze. Da.
Can't see a thing.
That's one way.
The knife remains an essential
Bio
tool for
still.
everyday life.
Ništa, uzmi pištolj za healan ili ću ti ja dat pare. Uzet ću katanu
Imam.
da ih prerežemo u rundu. Thank you.
Idem na drugu stranu jer me vetar šalje daleko.
Put me šalje, moram poći.
Moram poći ili.
No. Uj, evo te, dosta mi je para stalo. Kuku majko, ajmo.
Dosta mi je para ostalo. Ostalo mi je dosta para. Ja sam bogat čovjek.
Kako pjevaj. Ko Slavoj? Kaže voice of an angel.
Got everything you need, team?
Kaže, izvinjavamo se mnogo, šoperi.
But shop is closed.
Jest.
Yeah, bitches.
Kad upade ovaj medic jebem budu pensi.
Od prve runde je s nama. Ti gledaš uopšte? Od prve runde je s nama je. Znači ne znam kako ne gledaš uopšte. E sad...
Znači je kure u Kenji.
Let a professional handle this.
Je, ja sam profesionalac čovjek.
This space could really use some nice valence lighting.
Vrt nespisnicima.
This place kinda gives me the willies.
A voli je pa normalno. Vidim da hodi dosta. Nije bilo skreka drugu rundu.
You showed them.
A, šta god.
I 64%
Procenat.
ja. O. Neki toplu. Ja čekala sam
neki novi dan. Čekat ću ga, makar uzalud.
O, Hilja.
Heal i ja. A ne, nisi siguran što to kažeš.
Ti treba neki dinar da bi im...
Ne, dao sam ti sve, da ne da bi mi vraćao, nego sad čuvaj. Treba će mi posao.
Dao sam ti dušu.
Dao sam ti sve.
Ajde, Max Payne.
Ko je Max Payne?
Pa što da ne?
Ma jo, Maximum effort možda. Težimo ka maksimalnoj efikasnosti, minimum truda, maksimum učinka.
Much room.
I krećemo pol.
Može jedan heal. Može se spasi. Sve mi skida po jedan health, ali glupost. Vatra, govno.
Vazduh, voda.
Ona je solira, gospodina.
Da.
Ovako.
Landing those headshots like a pro.
Oh, fired up.
Nosio.
Od njega svi.
Malko. Ajmo prodavnicu. Biraj da bude sam. Nisam ga ja tera. Solo life chose me.
Nenade!
Plačaj malo.
Koliko tebe čuje
Kaže
televizor
Slavko,
čoveče više.
ne čuje se. Kaže Slavko da se ne čuje sve baš u potpunosti. Ako može za jedno 20%, za 20% jače da bude, jel tako? Može, slobodno. Bi nam odgovarao. Jest. Ne zalažemo se za, ali čekaj, mogu ja i to da uradim, jel? Sad donesem telefon iz sobe.
Slobodno.
Ajde, telefon. Nije problem. A me ti smanji, ako nešto radi. Evo, sad ću. Najbolji Vučić govori.
Slobodno.
Samo malo. Pošto znam da volite našeg predsjednika, svi.
Slobodno, mene ne da očekujem.
Znam. Ni mene ne
Daj sad,
dotiče. Najbolji Vučićevi
govor.
govori.
Govori. Množina.
Najbolji Vučićevi govor.
A istovremeno, uveren sam, izražavam uverenje i naše vlade, da će oni koji jesu zločinci, a to su predsjednik Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton? To su zločinci. I Tony Blair.
Ali 2015. je slikan sa Tony Blairom. To je problem.
A šta ćemo sa Javierom?
Sa svima njima je bio.
Za koga ćete navijati u finalu?
Ide ga...
Znam za koga ću da navijam za treće mjesto za Maroko. To su naše braća prava.
Kosoviću, šta sam ja Bog izgrešio, brate?
Evo, Nenad voli. Kaže, ja imam telefon, jebi ga, čuje se. Ja kažem, uključi noise suppression, šta će noise suppression? A rekao, ništa, ono, ja i Slavko volimo da slušam random klipove. Ne volim, znaš, iznenađenje ne volim. Ima razlog zašto mi je računar u drugoj sobi u odnosu na dnevnu sobu. U dnevnoj sobi, znaš šta se čuje? Farma jebena i ostala govna. Ako se ja dovoljno poštujem privatnost ukućana da ne broadcastujem, znači nikoga na zvučnike, nego na slušalice sve slušam, znači možeš i ti da budeš tolerantan malo. Parlamentaran. Ne mora puno. All we are saying, što kaže? Švaba udario. Evo, ovaj normalno ću da igram samo sa mač. Ne mogu. Mogu se trudim više. Osim ovaj da ga, evo ga debil gore sa ovim batače plamena.
Whatever happened, looks like they put up a fight. That's good.
500. Ako ne tražim puno. Hvala vi. Toliko. To je sve. Ne treba više ni dolar. Evo, sve smo porazbijali.
Hej, nesrećnici, hej, nesrećnici.
To je neka himna.
Hitman. O, jeste li to vi?
Ti si nešto dobro raspoložen, mora da će biti seksa na poslu.
Pa izgleda.
Tako sam
Neće da će Bog da se upali samo killing floor i da se gazi jako.
Kraljević Marko.
Da se otvori, to je teško do nas da uradimo, ali da otvorimo ovu Battle Fest da uzmemo odmah, kaki kurac. I tamo i vamo.
Ni tamo ni vamo, da.
Ni tamo ni vamo.
Ram.
Shock trap.
Fuck yeah.
Polovi.
25% down. Let's keep it going. Good job, guys. 25% eliminated.
I feel all pukey.
¿Se ofrece para una terapia?
That is like so depressing.
Prija.
Halfway through the wave.
Povanje, sad u poske, u poske.
I'm just warning everyone. I'm gonna be ripe after working in this humidity.
Moja.
Handled that flesh pound like a pro.
I šta ju i kaže?
Extinguido.
Thanks.
Boss.
Je hodo boss.
E sad ovako, Ilija, evo ti
Nemoj, neću ništa kupujem. Nemoj dat par. Džaba pare daš. Apsolutno džaba. Evo, napravi se malo armora.
Oh, in the money now.
I to si to.
Found money.
I'll honor this gift.
Can't really spread out here, huh?
Ko traži doš?
Nema doš.
A welcome gift.
Ja.
Ide ga. Nemoj dušo da se ljutiš na čiču.
Ne ljutim se, znači ide mi na kurac više 3 bossa taj sistem. To sam ti kažem. Ta onda easy. Dalje su 3 bossa.
Shot first, question later. Shock trap.
Fastball on the inside corner.
ja.
Ne daj se, junački sine. Nego sam uskočio dim, a?
Gde je sad?
Get back, chicken. Pobježi.
Chicken.
Si joj sad ovo. Kako sam ga patosirao. Cap.
Usrado smo ga opasno.
Teško reći da mogu da se brani. Stavit ćošak i digo ruke u fis, ne pucajte. Jao. Pepe. Moći dođemo u sljedeću rundu i samo poginem. Vratio sam se u štab, a skontao sam da nisam ja vođa kad sam vidio da nemam exit with the team. Vrati se pa ću sad joinat na tebe. Fali mi 22...
Ne, ovdje ću da se zaustavim.
A tu ćeš da se zaustaviš?
Pa trebalo bi dušice da dođe, sad idem da ispazarim pre druge smene nešto s njom. Mislim, mi možda krenemo partiju.
Ne.
Ko zna, možda ću da imam vremena.
Neću da kreće ništa. Ništa mi ne kreće.
Ne.
Ne, insistiram da ne.
Ako budeš bre preko dana, tu će cepamo, ja ću da kažem ti odmah da ga kokam na da KF3.
Da, ako budem tu preko dana. Dobra obzervacija.
Pa šta drugo da ti kažem?
Stacy Anna. Welcome to my channel.
Neuropsihologija. Mora da kupim još jedan cipelarnik, idu pičku materinu.
To sad nervira?
Da. To cimanje pre posla. Pa lagan. Sorry.
Zapravo.
Shelter if you have the proper hazard protections. The question was, does the new shit, the desert gear does not protect against
today I'm going to talk about what I've always felt is one of the biggest scams when it comes to graphics cards, and that is the OC models, or the crazy overbuilt models. So what I did today is I actually took, okay, I was going to say our MSRP 5070 Ti Prime, because it was an MSRP card when we got it, which was supposed to be $749, but that was a short-lived deal. It's now $829, but then we slapped the Asus TUF 5070 Ti BIOS on the Prime to see what kind of performance uplift we may get, and if it's even worth considering buying the cards that have crazy amounts of uplift and cost. To what end? Does it give you more performance? Probably not. Spoiler alert, not really, but we'll talk about it today. We'll show you just exactly what the behavior difference was with one BIOS versus the other. And don't forget, that is a $999 BIOS we slapped on the $749 MSRP 5070 Ti Prime for $829. You can't make this shit up. Enhance your professional monitor setup with the ViewSonic VP27885K, featuring 100% sRGB, 99% DCI P3 colors, and HDR400 for deep contrast and align perfectly with Mac's industry-leading color performance. VP27885K supports laptops, PCs, Macs, and more with Thunderbolt 4, USB-C, HDMI DisplayPort, and USB inputs. If you're looking to increase your screen real estate for projects, click the link in the description for more. So the format's going to be a little bit different here. I'm going to show you guys the results first, and then I'll kind of walk you through how to do it if you want. It's basically the same exact process I showed you when we put the crazy like SoC BIOS on a different brand card, how you could force that to happen. Well, you can do the same thing within the same brand. So for instance, instead of putting like an Asus BIOS on a Gigabyte card or a Gigabyte BIOS on an Asus card, you can put a higher tier Asus BIOS on a lower tier Asus card or an MSI BIOS on a lower tier card. You can do that. And for the most part, you'll get the benefits of the additional clock speed and
Let's turn up the temperature
and
here.
the power limit changes and stuff that are available to those cards at the lower tier card. Now, let's go ahead and talk about why somebody might want a card that has a quote-unquote beefier built design. I have been saying this as long as I've been in YouTube. I do not feel the custom variant cards are worth it over the lower end cards unless you're at like the top. And what I mean by the top is this, like back when I first started talking about this, the 780. Get an MSRP 780 card, right? The Founders Edition reference design. But let's fast forward now to like the 5090, right? The Astro card versus something like even this Horus card right here, they're not built the same. And what I mean by that is this card has, I believe there's 60 amp phases in them for power phases, and they, like the Astro card and the Galax card as well, I believe. The Galax Lab OC card, the Hall of Fame card, have like 80 amp power phases, which on the to a regular person putting it on their system doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean anything. You are not overclocking your system for the most part to anything, to any degree that would matter, where one system has 20 amp higher phases than another version, unless you're doing like the crap we've been doing around here with the XOC stuff and the LN2 and pushing a 600 watt card to over 1200 watts. So with that said, then those phases and stuff might matter. But for most people, and by most I mean like 99.999999999% of buyers, that doesn't matter. Like the Astro card is $3,349. That is $1,349 more expensive than the Founders Edition at MSRP. That is absolutely insane to think about what that premium costs. Because if you go back to like the 700 series cards or the 980, 980 Ti, the custom cards were like maybe $75 to $100 more expensive on average than the, or like the OC cards, than the regular cards. And then you might have gotten something crazy like the Matrix or the Poseidon and stuff like that, which then cost a lot of extra money because it had built-in water blocks and crazy stuff. But we're talking now price premiums on cards that could be as much as the entire system. The premium of the price of the card is as much as a lot of people's entire system. That's not the price of the card. That's the premium on top of the MSRP price of the card. That is the craziness that we are in today. So what, like I said, what I did, longest intro ever into a video, is I took the 5070 Ti Prime. It's the only 5070 Ti I have, which was an MSRP card at the time, which is now $829, which is what, $70 above MSRP,
Just defending
$80
my right
above
to
MSRP.
privacy.
And I threw the $999 5070 Ti TUF BIOS onto it to compare what would happen. Now on the base specs are all the same. It's got the same memory, it's got the same memory speed, it's got the same core count, CUDA core, ROPS, all that stuff is the same because it's the same architecture. But what's different is the clock speeds, and that is about the only difference you will ever find in the BIOS between these cards is clock speed. Now, the base clock on the 5070 Ti is 2295 megahertz. Without accounting for GPU boost, pushing it farther, the card's boost clock is 2452 megahertz for the Prime non-OC. However, the TUF has a boost clock of 2588 megahertz. So we're talking 136 megahertz higher just from one card to the other. Now, manufacturers would tell you, yeah, but you know, we have a beefier design, and we have more power phases, and we're using solid capacitors, and all these things that are supposed to be able to help support the higher clock speeds. But realistically, those are also just components designed to drive the cost up. It really is. Like, this card doesn't even have RGB or any of that stuff. Now, apparently, the MSRP cards that cost $750 minimum don't deserve RGB because they're the base models. That ridiculousness aside, let's go ahead and talk about the results, and I'll walk you guys through how to do it if you want. So, first things first, I use Steel Nomad to do our testing here with power draw and frequencies and the actual FPS that we're getting. I'll show you the FPS because it's actually kind of crazy. But, so if we take a look at our chart right now of the stock Prime BIOS versus the TUF Prime BIOS, and I did overclock both of these as well. So here's the chart right here for the stock BIOSes versus each other. Now you can see, interestingly enough, the blue line here is the stock BIOS for the Prime versus the pink line, which is the TUF BIOS. The TUF had a higher starting clock. Now the reason for that is I had it in the control panel, it's set to prefer maximum performance, which means it's not going to like idle down. It's not going to go to its lowest C states or P states, which will allow it to basically megahertz. It was actually staying at its boost clock, if you will. So those boost clocks, as we talked about, are not even represented here accurately because both of those cards go higher than their represented boost clocks of 2200 and whatever megahertz that it was. But as you can see right here, as soon as they go under a load, they go right to the same numbers pretty much. I mean, there's a difference of like 8 megahertz between these two. In fact, the stock BIOS average frequency under load was 2862 megahertz. Now you might notice, that is quite a bit above the 2452 megahertz that's mentioned in TechPower GPU-Z's behavior for the card. That is because GPU boost takes over. That says if there's more power and there's available to it, it hasn't hit a power limit, it hasn't hit a temperature limit, let's push the frequency until we hit either a voltage limit, a power limit, or a temperature limit. Now there is an upper limit to that. The BIOS will only let it go so far because otherwise it would push itself till it crashes, right? So it has to find an upper limit. Guess what? For the 5070 Ti, which is more of a core limit at this point, that limit's about the same on both of these cards. In fact, 8 megahertz is not even a full boost bin difference. This is average, right? So you can see the charts, they do kind of cross over each other. But the average difference is 2862 on the stock versus the stock TUF BIOS of 2870. Like I said, 8 megahertz difference. No performance difference whatsoever when it comes to like tangible, noticeable change in your games. Now once we overclock it, which is where I wanted to see what one of the major differences was going to be here, do we have more overclocking availability to us? You can see right here represented by the yellow line, that is the stock BIOS for the Prime with a plus 400 core offset in MSI Afterburner and a plus 2000 megahertz offset for the memory. Now it's also important to note these cards, as it mentions up there, the GPU fan is locked at 100%. We want to keep the temperature as controlled as possible so we can see actual behavior differences between the BIOS. We have the voltage slider maxed out, and we, max power, max fan, max voltage. So, as you can see right here by the yellow line, we were able to go plus 404, plus 2,000 memory. But on the TUF BIOS OC, I was able to do a plus 500 with a plus 2,000. Now here's what's crazy about this, is if we go ahead and take a look at our power comparison, or power draw, this is the actual total board power. The blue line, as you can see, is pulling over 340 watts, hitting nearly 360 50 watts under load at certain parts of Steel Nomad. The Prime BIOS, which is the stock BIOS, just regular Prime BIOS, is actually drawing about 20 to 25 watts less on average. You can see the line is the exact same shape as Steel Nomad, because as the scenes change, so does the difficulty of rendering that scene. But it follows the exact same line, only it's about 20 to 25 watts less power demanding, which is kind of crazy to me. Now, what about when we overclock them? Well, if you take a look at the bright yellow line right here, you can see with the plus 400 curve, we definitely exceeded 350 watts. However, it's got a pretty hard limit. It will max out the power limit, so it spikes about 355 watts, and that's as high as it's allowed to go. So then it will throttle down a little bit on the frequency to keep the power draw from going above where that
thanks for following.
But look at the orange line.
Welcome to my channel. Hey, love the stream, didn't he stay long, but I'd love to be a regular supporter. Mind adding me on Discord, Liam.
Pretty much a steady 330 watts just about across the entire thing. So what we were able to achieve was 100 megahertz more overclock on top of the already 130 megahertz or 138 megahertz, whatever it was, kind of like boost clock difference between them. Because remember, this frequency that we're doing on the offset is going to be added to the boost clock that the GPU has in its firmware. So the BIOS is going to say, hey, boost up to 2597 or whatever it is, but if we add 400 to that 400, that 500 is getting added to the 2597, not to the base clock. So it's like auto boost clock and then offset on top of that. That's why we were able to push the thing to over 3,200 megahertz. In fact, over 3,300 megahertz through part of the test, which is actually kind of nuts because we were not able to actually achieve that if we look at the frequencies for the Prime BIOS. So the Prime BIOS was not allowing us to be able to go as far frequency-wise. It's because it probably wasn't allowing as much power to be available to it. But the part that I can't really explain, and all of these are 4-run averages, is why we're able to get a higher clock speed at less power draw. If we go ahead and compare temperatures too, you can see with the stock BIOS, the pink line and the blue line, they're just kind of crossing each other. They almost look like a DNA strand, if you will. And we cap out at about 60C on average, and you can see it was still sort of climbing during the test. The test isn't long enough for it to hit the equilibrium on the vapor chamber, but the hottest part of the test is obviously right at the end. So if we take a look at the overclock temperatures here, we hit almost 65C by the end of the test, so almost 5C higher with the overclocked Prime BIOS. But if you look at the tough BIOS, it's the same as the stock numbers. So it's actually kind of impressive that with the tough BIOS, we were able to, on a basic no-frills card in the same same brand of graphics card, able to get more clock frequency and less power draw, which is really kind of crazy to me, because the one thing we have to look at now is what kind of performance of the well, in Steel Nomad, we went from an average 71.74 FPS to a 72.23 FPS. Now this is a 4K test. Jumping up half an FPS or 1 FPS is actually a great advantage. So when you overclock it, the Prime stock BIOS at plus 404 plus 2000 M, 77.6 FPS, with the tough overclock 17.2 FPS, which tells me that realistically it's just that additional plus 104. If I was able to get the same plus 500 core on the stock Prime BIOS, it probably would have been the same number. But something about the tough BIOS is allowing it to get more voltage maybe at less power, which doesn't make any sense because the voltage and lots of amps. I don't know why we are pulling less power and getting more frequency with the tough BIOS, but that is the way that the frequency chart goes out. So, at the end of the day, what can we deduce? We can deduce that it's still, in my opinion, quite the scam to come out with these $250 premium 70 tier custom models or $1,500 to $1,500 custom 5090 models on top of the $2,000 SSL. Look, if you're like me, you like
I didn't get a first-class pyrotechnics license or not.
You can just throw a faster PC BIOS on it. Like, there's no reason
really
not to.
fucked up.
Because here's the thing, it doesn't even void your warranty technically, because as long as it's not broken, if you need to send it in for RMA, you can just flash the BIOS right back. It's not like a computer on a car where they flash it and tell it, oh, this card was messed with same similar performance of a $250, or in this case, $180 more expensive card for the same, like you don't have to pay the extra 180 bucks, you can get that performance, why wouldn't you do
That
it?
is like
So I just
so
wanted to make this video to show you, I see everyone posting these pictures in these forums that I belong to, like, look, I'm doing my new build, and I'm seeing people buy like 5060 Ti, like custom, I don't know if it's a Strix or what, like Strix cards, or seeing these like Oris Master 5060 cards. I'm like, why are you spending the extra money on this crap? You're just throwing money down the drain for no reason whatsoever. In fact, if you think about it, the 5070 Ti Tough is $999 at Microsoft. But and yes, you can get them at Best Buy, by the way, 5080 Founders Edition for $999. You kind of got to do some diligence and kind of keep updating the site. But people are still getting them. You can get 5080 Founders Edition cards. In fact, if you live near Miami, or even Micro Center has Founders Edition cards. When we were there not that long ago, they told me they had an open box 5080 that somebody had bought and like returned within a couple of days. Because it was returned, they tested it, it worked 100% fine, nothing was weird, there was no mismatch, no tomfoolery happened. They had that card open box discounted to $800. That is insane to me. Yeah, it is, you're right. Yeah, it is $829. But anyway, okay, so moral of the story is just stop overspending on buying the super shiny RGB, triple slotty, big graphics cards and tiered products that you don't need to overspend on. Just MSRP or as close to those models that you can find. And yes, they do exist. Like, graphics card prices are being driven down right now because all these retailers and retailers stockpiled the crap out of them to get ahead of the tariffs, and then now the buying frenzy is over, so now they're sitting on stockpiles of graphics cards, and now there's all these rumors about NVIDIA's about to slash prices on these cards. No, NVIDIA's probably getting ready to slash prices because the super variants, as we know, are coming. Anyway, that's why they're getting ready to slash prices for real. With that said, let's just do a quick tutorial on how to flash the card so that you guys can also give the middle finger to brands and not overspend. All right, first things first, you're gonna look up NVIDIA, or NV, the NV Flash 64. Download. You should get a link to Tech Power Up right at the start. You're gonna download that utility. Okay, once you download that, you need to also make sure you have Tech Power Up G2Z. This is also the dashboard, so you might have to pause this as we go. You need to make sure you save your stock file. So if you click this little square up here and say save the file, you say yes, it's going to stop the driver. Then what it's going to do is it's going to allow us to go ahead and save the file. Once it pops back up here, there we go. So what it's going to do is it's going to disable the driver, it's going to pull the BIOS off of it, then re-enable the driver, then give you the save prompt. Now, it's called GB203 because that's the die. Just call it what your graphics card is. In this instance, I already have one, and I called it 5070 Ti Prime. There it is right there. So that way I just know what it is. Boom, it's saved. Before you do any custom modifications or BIOS flashing, you should do that. Now, download or go to your folder that you have your NV Flash. In my instance, it's just my 5090 overclocking folder here. We've got NV Flash and NV Flash 64. We want to use those. Make sure that your ROM file is also in the same folder as your NV Flash. Now, we can go ahead and open up a command prompt. You guys like to do the command to open it up right in its spot. I'm old school. I'm always going to do the change folder and clear my screen. Okay, anyway. So we can't do the method where we just take our custom file and drop it onto the NV Flash file because of the fact that even though they're both ASUS, they are different cards specifically. So the last numbers are not going to match. Because those don't match, or the second to the last numbers are not going to match, it's going to say it's a sub ID mismatch, and basically saying it's not the right card, and we'll have to override that. But we need to also get the BIOS we want to install. So we're going to go back to Tech Power Up, and here is, for instance, you can go here to Databases VGA BIOS Collection, and this is where